disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bouaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bouaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie. The government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Your man, vice president, your man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the major went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There Wune Alfreds, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the President Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or a loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Foke Klonjrade Bakugbe Tape Malewia, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is your friend and brother Jerome Gayman. I am sitting presently in the great state of Florida, South Florida. We are having a great time. If you are in the United States, check me out. Come on to Miami. Let's go to South Beach and go to Coral Gable and take some great photograph. Enjoy Miami life. Enjoy the beautiful city of Miami, West Palm, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, Jacksonville, Tallahassee. Hit me up when you are in the country. Let's rock and roll. Today is the eve of the weekend, Thursday, the 16th of July, our Lord 2026. We want you to do us a favor, share the show just as I have done on my page. Okay, somebody is here. Ricky, 1800 said, don't forget Clearwater. Obviously, Clearwater. Yeah, we're going on the west coast of Florida. You can tell that I'm a little biased against the west coast because I'm on the east coast. So all the cities on the east coast, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm, Orlando, Jacksonville, Tallahassee. But you know, you are right. Clearwater, beautiful city, Clearwater there. Naples, those great cities over there. We love you as well. You are closer to the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, Ricky, now you want to put me in trouble. You have to be, if you have not gone to Mar-a-Lago to see the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln, Donald J. Trump, Mar-a-Lago, West Palm Beach, yes. Thank you very much, Ricky, for letting me know, reminding me. I forgot about Mar-a-Lago, the Palm Beaches. If you want to live a good life, if you want to know how wealth is kept, how generations of wealth go from one generation to the next, then you want to go to Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, not West Palm or Palm Beach, where you will find the likes of the DuPonts, the Kennedys, the Vanderbilts, the Trumps. Yes. So yes, we are sitting on gold mine here in Florida. If you want to do some a little tango, you come on to South Florida. If you want to rub elbow with the rich and powerful, you also have the kind of Florida. Florida just surpassed the state of New York when it comes to electoral college votes. Because our population has surpassed the state of New York, we are now at 23 million and counting. And New York has dropped to 19 million. So what is it about Florida that everybody wants to come? You got to come and discover for yourself. But I want to welcome you. It's going to be a great show. We have a packed itinerary for you. We will be discussing politics, family, religion, you name it. We're going to discuss that. Share this show. Let us know where you are tuning in from. Don't forget to include your city so we can send a shout out to your city. If you are celebrating a special day, whether it's your birthday, anniversary, whatever it is, put it in the chat room and we will give you free time to celebrate your birthday or your anniversary or special day in your life. You can also do a special day of remembrance if you wanted to give kudos or you wanted to thank God for the blessing that he bestowed upon you by letting your family, your mother, your grandmother live as long as they could. And you want to pay tribute, you can also do that. Let us know. Also, don't forget, let us know what is on your mind. That's the section where you tell us what's happening in your neighborhood. Before we go any further, we are celebrating July 26th here on the platform, The Closing Argument. We got tons of folks working for us across the country, Republic of Liberia. Young men and women who are basically doing this for free, for whatever we pay them, cannot sustain that, shouldn't sustain that, but because we are not a rich platform, we are not stealing money from anybody. We are asking you to chip in. Let's make the day, the July 26th weekend, let's make it grand for our employees on the ground. We got a young men who are bringing us the show every day, producing the show, driving all over the country to bring you content. because we don't want to rely on they say, hearsay. So we send these men and women across the country on bikes, on those muddy roads. They sleep in squatter quarters with mosquitoes biting them just to bring us the news. When you hear we are talking about people sending in reports from Vanjima City, it's way out there. We got men and women out there feeding us the news. Grand Jeddah, Maryland County, River G, River Says, Grand Bassa County, Bapulu, Cape Mount. Those young men and women out there, we can't pay them enough. So please, by Cash App, the $, capital TCA, that's our initial, the closing argument. The $, capital TCA, 2,500. Send us whatever you have, and it's going to go directly to the young men and women on the ground. 100%. We don't keep anything for administrative cost. Everything goes to them. If you want to use your Zelle account, it is 678-438-3003. 678-438-3003. We are not going to be asking you again until Christmas. Those are the 2 days that we usually ask for us to bless our employees on the ground. Something we also found out is that 26 is even bigger than Christmas. It covers everybody. And if you want to use our SendWave account, that's fine too. Lone Star 0888 297311. 0888 297311. If you are using, I guess during the day it used to be called Cellcom, but it's now Orange or Orange. 0777 649 986. 0777 649 986. We're going to be coming back to you intermittently to remind you, please send us your donation. We want to thank you in advance for your generosity and the goodwill towards those young men and women bringing you the news. Thank you, thank you, thank you to our listeners, our viewers, our followers, our panelists, our supporters, and everyone that is tuning in. Help us out. Let's help the young men and women on the ground. Okay, guys, let's take down the flyer for the time being. July 26th is a big day in our history, and we want to make it. You know, when I was young, the Opa, but now everybody crying. They wanted 26 clothes. We didn't care how they got it. They just have to have those things ready. And we needed extra money for Old Man Baker to come around or Santa Claus to come around and for us to give them and have fun. For those of you who are too young and never understood or don't understand what Santa Claus is or what Old Man Baker, the original Old Man Baker is, you are losing out. But it's a cultural change, so we understand. But whatever it is, put a smile on the faces of our employees on the ground. Share the show, send in your comments, and let's get ready to dive into some issues in Liberia. Some of the issues just refuse to die. Like the drug issue, it will not die. We will never allow it to die. No matter how much distraction we put in, we will not allow it to die. It will not die. Not on this platform. You can bring all your distractions. It is not going to work. We are too smart. We are too intelligent. We are too educated to be fooled. Like the late famous basketball player from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Montembo, he will wag his finger when you come to attempt to score on him, he blocks your shot. You see, he does the no, not here. So if you want to come with your distraction and your fake news, you think we'll be distracted. I'm waving my finger. No, not here. We're too smart for that. Go somewhere else. Let me welcome our brothers and sisters by way of Freedom FM 87.9. Junkies Morris, welcome to the show and welcome you and all your faithful listeners.
Good evening to you, Mr. Jerome Gateman. Good evening to our many followers here in Liberia and around the world. Thanks for following. This is Freedom FM 87.9, and you are on the platform, The Closing Argument. Honorable Jerome Gateman is on tonight, and I'm Junkies Morris, anchoring here from Freedom FM 87.9.
Excellent. Let me read the headlines, then we're going to dive into it later on. President Joseph Boakai dedicates the EPA headquarters, praises Dr. Yakma's leadership. On the other hand, the Senate Committee on Judiciary and Human Rights claims the petition has recommended to plenary to officially communicate with the President of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Boakai, to remove or suspend CSA Director Josiah Jokai from his position for attending Thomas Fala's political program. Information Minister alleged drug cartel using media, AI-generated content to fight back against government. Investigators vow to not compromise in ongoing $19 million drug investigation. The decision by my colleagues to allot electoral seats to counties is illegal, and I strongly oppose it as the chair on judicial. I advise my colleagues in leadership to refuse the account, but they are not listening. As such, that action will be challenged by some of us, says Honorable Johnson S.N. Williams, House of Representatives Chair on Judicial, on new creation of the new seats, making the total from 70 to 89 seats. The House of Representatives cleared final legislative hurdle for Petroleum Refinery Company bill. Senator Dara Dillon won Jokai, punished for attending a political rally in support of President Joseph Boakai 2029 election bid. Senator Sir Joseph also won the foreign minister investigated, foreign minister who attended an event at the Liberty Party headquarters and was dancing. A political song needs to be investigated as well, Senator Sir Joseph says. On the front page of Front Page Africa, the president was briefed on the drug cartels taking over the country. If so, why the government did nothing? We have a copy of the communication here. Also, on the front pages of the paper today, another breaking news, a bombshell. Suspect Usman Ali was in Monrovia partying with stakeholders in Liberia, in Painesville, at a bar. That was just before the drugs were seized. Mr. Ali had made his way from London via Freetown, where it is believed the drug cartel has a headquarters. As you can remember, the European Union has condemned Sierra Leone and have broken sometimes and promised to sanction the country for drug-related charges. In fact, the cartel, the leader of the cartel, the Dutch gentleman, is the spouse of the first daughter of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Mr. Ali was in Monrovia partying, celebrating. He thought what he thought may have been a successful deal to transport millions of dollars of drugs. Little did he know that something in the chain would have broken, and now Ali is on the run. At a party in Painesville, Ali was seen with the Harris brothers and Mr. Brown, all his networks. They were partying. Whiskey was on the table. All the drinks you can think about were on the table. This is Monrovia. This is the Republic of Liberia. But before we go to that, let me highlight something here. And I'm going to highlight this because it is very important. It is from one of our own, a brilliant woman by the name of Wede Power. Wede Power is a brilliant woman, and she writes very well. She's a commentator as well, social commentator, and I'm going to read what she said, then I'm going to go to Junkie. Junkie, this is very revealing. She said there is definitely a drug cartel in Liberia. Categorically, there's no denying that.
Sure, I'm following her. I'm following that.
There has always been a drug cartel in Liberia. One thing is certain: drug cartels don't survive without active or tacit support from the folks at the very highest level of government and community members. There is no way that drug cartel can survive long-term operation without the very minimum, the knowledge, protection, and collusion from authorities and citizens. These include law enforcement apparatus, judicial actors, executive leaders, actors, mothers, fathers, etc. There are those in high-ranking government offices, or entire security institutions that are actively involved, using their power, their political power, to further the criminal enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, you are hearing it from the horse's mouth, from people who live in Monrovia, who are part and parcel of the old order, people who are entrenched in Liberian culture, high society. One of their own is saying, don't be fooled, drug cartel is here. They have always been here. And they are not small people business. From the president's office to the Supreme Court, to the executive, the legislature, and families. I think when Joseph Boakai appointed his deputy director, the gentleman said the same thing. She said, we cannot fight drug just by pronouncement because everybody is involved. He said the judiciary is involved, the executive is involved, the legislature is involved, and permanent families in the Republic of Liberia are involved. The next day he lost his job. Today we have a well-learned woman saying the same thing. She said, they are here, don't be fooled, they are here, and they are everywhere. These people cannot survive without our intelligence at the highest level, our security apparatus at the highest level, at the executive level. So what else do you want? Let me bring on all of those who are listening. You are all part and parcel of the conversation. This conversation we will not allow to die. Too many folks are dying from drugs. Our children, the next generation, we are losing to drugs. The name and integrity of our nation, the Republic of Liberia, we have lost to drugs. Drug cartels can just come and party the night away in Monrovia, at the bars, at our secret societies, our fraternity houses. They are having a great time just going through. Make sure that everything is well. We will not allow this story to die because we have a lot to lose. We have a lot to lose. Let me go back to junkies. This is where we are. Talk to me.
Yeah, Mr. Gibman.
Let's do it.
Yeah, and so I follow Madam Weddy Powell at the community level, particularly when she intended occupying the seat here in district number 7. Yeah, she's well landed, experienced, and I think she's only amplifying what have been the reality over time. Liberia now is engulfed into what I would describe as a drug peddling society, to the extent that we could easily slip into a narco state. Because, mind you, we are discussing the discovery of illegal substances at that quantity. And all we see in response is an individual. And Mr. Gibman, last night I reminded you people of the issue of security, because people are being arrested. Day before yesterday, when I announced my number, somebody called me from the Central Precinct, which is the South Beach area there. And that person confirmed to me, even though asked that the identity be protected, which implies that the individual who is caught and sent to South Beach, which is the Paul King guy, is there whining and dining on a daily basis. He does not even go into any cell throughout the day. The fellow said this is somebody who is related to one Sabu Rasta. I think he will call on tonight's show. Sabu Rasta's older brother is there in prison. He's giving such information. In my mind, it is a clear indication that those that are pretending to investigate this particular drug situation are making fun. They are scheming, and they are only looking for individuals to shift their blame on by arresting people randomly, like was done to the young man from the CDC Fode massacre. So they are using raid from the court, going to the court and issuing raid against people that people coerce them criminally, charging people of menacing, and those crimes in their mind. In fact, talking about the issue of not having evidence and accusing the port managing director. So on that basis, he filed in a lawsuit against a young man. So the court is being used in another way to silence those voices, our voices that are vociferous on this matter, to make sure that it comes to a logical conclusion, that Liberians will understand where we are headed, because we all know what this drug situation have cost us. In fact, this drug situation has cost an entire regime. So it is not an ordinary thing. So those who fought it, who use it as a mantra by which they came to power, instead nipping it in the bud, they will be the people to exacerbate the situation. It's unfortunate. And we that are speaking on this situation, our lives are threatened. From what I saw happening to Fode Massacre, for one fact, the young man surrendered himself. He gave up to security authority. There was no need to handcuff him. But the young man was being harassed. It's trending all over. He was being harassed when he was walking. In fact, he even refused to read a writ, citing that since his right provides for him to remain silent, except that he will bring in his legal counsel, and he cited that his legal counsel will read it. So he was walking with them to the police station. But because of the intent, the motive, the agenda to silence, to intimidate, to show force, so that those who are allowed in making sure that this madness, this particular disaster, this pandemonium is erased from Liberia, they are doing everything possible to silence us through the courts, through legislative actions, invoking Article 44, contempt of the legislature when lawmakers' names are called. When I was even at the legislature, working in the office of the speaker at the time, a lawmaker was accused by an officer from the LDEA that lawmaker was involved in huge drug peddling in the country. A lawmaker who should have an honorable title because that lawmaker is in the Honorable House of Representatives was accused by an officer from the DEA. Do you know what happened, Mr. Jerome Gateman? That lady was cited or summoned under contempt of the legislature. And when she appeared, because when you appeared under contempt at the House of Representatives or the Senate, the intimidation alone, it breaks you down. That what you saw happening to Sheikh Al-Mustafa Kuyate, it breaks you down to the extent that you will have to subdue your nerves and buckle in favor of them while they are all sitting and looking at you to see as to whether and hear as to whether you are brave enough to say what you say outside of that chamber. So those are the different tactics that are being deployed against Liberians so that we do not talk on the drug issue for people to be scared in terms of bringing drug to Liberia. They are intimidating people. The young man right now is going through court proceedings. I have not gotten any update yet from his uncle. I'm talking about Fode Massacre. It is the same drug issue because he accused on the radio. He accused the managing director of the National Port Authority, Mr. Sekou Dukle, as being involved with this, allegedly with this $19 million drug bust. So on that basis, Mr. Sekou Dukle, an official of government, a government that professes to protecting free speech and freedom of assembly and free expression that is guaranteed by the Constitution, sued this young man who is just a university student and just trying to preach student politics, and sue him, taking issue with him, and he was bundled yesterday and jailed, and subsequently to be transferred to the Monrovia Central Prison. And I think this is concerning, and we should not play blind eye to it. Why do I emphasize on this? Mr. Gateman, you people are there in the diaspora. We are on the ground. When these things are happening, when people are apprehended for saying the truth to government, for speaking truth to power, for at least freeing the minds of Liberians by giving them the information they need, when they are arrested illegally by governments, particularly this government, their protection is what is my focus for which since yesterday I continue to emphasize this, because individuals who some of us are connected to, some of them are even still at this Moravia Central Prison, like the young man who used to be with me when I was running the movement to protect Ambassador Wia's legacy, Mupawa, or Christian Yanti. No, not Christian Yanti, but he's from Sino County. He was living in Nuku Town. He was arrested concerning the Capitol building arson case. And the last conversation I had with the brother is he alleged that they were being tampered with in terms of people bringing sodomy to their attention when they should be in prison for certain crime and just be punished by the law. So with all of these harassment, these intimidating tactics, and this show of force on the part of the Bwaka's government, I want us to register this, that the government is doing everything to silence the voices that are loud to see Liberians getting justice through this matter. That Liberians will seek international independent investigation into this matter because it's in the interest of Liberians. Government is using different means through all of their different avenues available to them to twist arms of individuals who they know are hard on national issues. So I think it's concerning, and we need to call on the government to stop. They will call on the PUL to step in, that the government provide a free space for no intimidation, for people to express freely, for people to say what they know, and not to intimidate people when they are speaking on national issues, because these things are the verses that led to why we have been thrown back for almost 100 years. The issue of certain group of people in power and thinking that they will perpetuate themselves in power, forgetting to know that God has strapped time to everything, and because of that, they go to every length, whatever excess they can go to, they go to those lengths to eliminate people in the form of politicide, killing their political opponents or people who are speaking against their political odds in their administration. All these things we will have to put them in check, because as you are aware, tomorrow is a protest, a plain protest by Liberians, and the information minister have already suggested that petrol bombs have been arrested before the assembly. So I don't know how it's possible. People have not gathered, people have not assembled, but you are arresting petrol bomb. So we need to phantom all of that. So these are tactics put in place to create scenes and scare tactics where individuals will be labeled as insurgents and be labeled as people who want to commit treason against the government. So we, as a people, as we are discussing this drug issue, all Liberians do not want or don't want Liberia to be a narco state. Many Liberians, a few of them that are benefiting from it, are interested, but the majority of the people of Liberia don't want this place to be turned into a narco state, don't want this place to be turned into a zombie city. We want a civilized environment. So we should not intimidate our people because few individuals are benefiting. This is not right. Using the laws against voices that matter in a society, voices that should educate and inform our people, is not okay. It will only be reflecting us to the past for which other people could not sleep in their own houses. It will only reflect us to the past for which other tribes could not rent their houses to certain tribes because of dissatisfaction. It will only be reflecting us to the past where young people who supposed to be in school were intimidating, coercing, and harassing older people that were able to be their grandparent and great grandparent in the name of holding arms and ammunition to intimidate people and making people to live in fear. Let us not do things that will carry us to the past. Let us be progressive in our thinking. This issue of oppositionism and imposition is all around the world. This is about, I always say, it's about intellectual exchange. What the ruling party has in terms of their agenda is from their intellect. They put it forth. If they are implementing it, they defend it. And those who think it is not a real way, they will come and express for people to be convinced. There's no need, we as brothers and sisters, because we disagree intellectually, we should be going after one another, creeping on one another, and setting up our brothers and sisters. It's wrong, and we are overlooking this until it goes to the level where it will be late for all of us to handle, and nobody will want to listen. So at this time, let us be precautious so that we don't slip into the dark days when Mr. Jerome Gateman will be hunting Junkies Morris, and Junkies Morris will be hunting Honorable J. Victor Nangbe, and it will just be going on in a vicious cycle, and we just kill one another, fighting nobody, just fighting our own resources and fighting individual citizens. So all we need to do as a government, we give attention to these critical voices and try to make amends. When we make amends, when we try to correct some of these wrongs, there will be no way individuals who claim to be nationalistic, like Mr. Jerome Gateman and Junkies Morris, will come and play blind eye to the reality. Make amends, make it better, create an environment where everyone will feel free to participate and be involved for the development of our country. But you don't put fear in people as if that one Adolf Hitler or Napoleon Bonaparte or maybe the Kim Jong-un leadership will honor. No, this is not totalitarianism. This is a democratic, inclusive governance structure that we are running as a country. So all of us have a stake. That's why even Article 5 of the Constitution provides for the government to encourage all citizens to participate in government. So that's the essence. Meaning the citizens don't have government jobs. They don't have the big positions, but their voices being heard will create the avenue where government officials who were not taking in that direction will listen to Man Annie from the market, who just called and informed them that, oh, in my presence, a policeman misbehaved, a policeman did not do well in defending the rights of citizens and protecting life and property. And through that, the government arm responsible for penalizing those people will hear it, because they can be everywhere, they can be ubiquitous. So when that information reaches them, they will take action. Then it is an edge for the government. So it's not everything that people are critical on. The government will try to use that show of force to intimidate people. Let us erase it and let us create the environment where everybody will have their say. People will not be afraid, even though the 26 not fine with them, but they acting like everything okay because they're afraid that police will go after them. So these are the things that are happening here. And the drug issue, I think gradually is being buried. I repeat, the drug issue gradually is being buried because of the intimidation, the coercion, the harassment, and the show of force on the part of the government instead of encouraging for more evidence to be unveiled to them so that the investigation goes on smoothly. They are intimidating and they are closing windows for every information to reach them so that they can have a clue as to who sent this drug here, where did it come from, who received it, and who the person that received it was sending it to. So all these things, the government will have to do the right thing. And Mr. Gilman, the people on the ground here, some of them getting scared. So that information I'm giving you from my, even at the Capitol building today, from my little interaction, coolies are getting afraid. In fact, some of them are even advising me. And I don't want to hide that. They are advising me to slow down. So to show you how the intimidating tactic on the part of the government is working. So, but for us, we still say it, but we want the public to be informed that we are not accusing anybody. We are not insulting anyone. We are only saying the truth, and we are asking for the investigation to be done and to be done properly. So the government will need to do her best to investigate instead of arresting people who are requesting for investigation to be speedy, fair.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Gilman.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Share this show. Let us know where you are tuning in from. We are in for a great show. We're going to go to President Joseph Boakai dedicate new EPA headquarters. Praises Dr. Yakpawolo's leadership. Let me welcome Joseph Sally. Joseph, welcome to the show.
Yeah, let me say thank you, Mr. Gayman, and thanks to my brother, Morris. Thanks so much for the job you continue to do. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Let me start with you then. Since you just walked in, you walked into the line of fire. Let's talk about President Joseph Boakai today dedicating the EPA building and praises Dr. Yakpawolo as a great leader. Were you at the same? Did we send reporters there? How did the event go, and what do you think?
Yeah, so it's a good thing because government has been paying a lot of bills to horse owners within the city of Monrovia, especially most of these agencies that they are squatting in people's homes. So, and the EPA, that building that they were in doesn't represent the Environmental Protection Agency, and that building was, like the Director General said, it was of age. So they've been having a lot of problems, even from within the building. You have a lot of cracks within the building, and having government-owned assets, I think it's a big boost to the country itself, because if today President Boakai is not president, the EPA building will still be the property of the Republic of Liberia. It will not be President Boakai building, neither Emmanuel Ure Yakpawolo building. So it's a good thing that government now is going into, buying buildings, buying homes for themselves. And when the president praises the EPA boss, he's been doing extremely well, ranging from going after people who are involved into some real health hazard. He's been finding some people like the China Union, the Smenko. These are the people he's been finding, and he's been doing extremely well in his team. They've been doing well, and he also dedicated one of the profound lab that you can find within West Africa. So the EPA is not only the building, you have also a lab that was dedicated today when the president was there, one of the best of all within the sub-region, that we can boast of. At least, we are getting somewhere as a country that we can be boastful tomorrow, like even though we're not reached, to that zenith of it, but at least we can, knock our chest a little bit to say at least the EPA, they are trying their best. And the president give a lot of praises to him today. And even for us within the media, I've been able, to find part of some of his tour. And he's a man of principle. One thing I know of, he's a man of principle. He is so dedicated to his work. And for some of us who've been around within the EPA, covering the EPA, it never came as a surprise to us today when the president tried to put praises on Dr. Yuri Yakpawo.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we're putting you to shame for those of you who always texting us and saying everything we say about the government is negative. We have always told you wherever the government does well, we will praise. And whenever the government does wrong, we will call them out for it, because that's what we are here to do. Our job is to bring you the news fair, square, and balanced. If you call yourself a preacher and we find you at a bar, we will question, what were you doing at the bar? It doesn't mean we hate you, but we just want to know why. It is your job as a preacher to let me know, listen, I am a preacher, but I cannot go to the church. I cannot go to the convent to recruit people. I want those guys from the bar. That's why I'm over here. I'm here to save souls. But don't come and tell me all you want to do is tell me where I'm going. You just follow me everywhere you go. No, that means you have something under your sleeves. We know the sinners are not in the church. The sinners are not everywhere. We know where they are. They're in the bar, they're on the beaches, they're everywhere. So you need to go out there to recruit them. So when we take you to task, it doesn't mean we don't like you. We are telling you your behavior should have some corresponding evidence that you mean what you say and you say what you mean. So when we criticize the EPA for how they handle the waste material, the last time when there was an accident in the Bond area and the truck wasted cyanide or chemical, we were all over them because of the way they handled their chemical spill. Equally so that Mr. Yakpawo has done an exceptional job by building a decent building morning. And I was surprised to find out that after 204 years, that Liberia is still renting homes, offices from private citizens. That's money laundering. That's stealing.
And Mr. Gaiman didn't build the building. He bought the building. They didn't build it.
Okay. Either way, we own it now, right? The Liberian government owns it now, right? Okay, you are going in.
Yes, we own it. We own it.
Okay. So based on our reporters on the ground, we own the building. I don't know who we bought the building from. I think Joseph Sally, I think you need to do investigative reporting to find out from whom we bought the building, how much we paid for the building, and if the building is not being leased from other government officials or family members friendly to the government. So we want to know whether we actually own this building outright. There's no rentage to be paid. There's no mortgage to be paid. There's no promissory note under the table. If we own the building outright, that would be something worth praising, because after 204 years, 1822 to 2022, that was 200 years of Liberia's existence. From 2022 to 2026, that 4 years of 204 years, we have been into existence. If you want to count independence, the day 1847, you want to count from there, I will be telling you that would be a calculated deception. That's when we had independence, but it's not the time we came into existence. We came out at 1822. So you can't tell me from 1822 to 1847 we did absolutely nothing. We're just sitting around. Or you want to sound like my old man, the joke in Basel when we were growing up was, my man, you don't know your age. How can you say you're 14 when you're 18? Then he said, but 4 years I was sick. So the 4 years I was sick, you can't count it. I was non-productive. So junkie is actually, junkie he may say he's 24, but he actually 60. But he been sick all the time he was baby. He didn't work for the 5 years. So the unproductive year, we deduct it from that. Then again, he got measles, he got cholera, he got all that. We're gonna deduct all that year. Then when you deduct all the negative years, the good year he has, that's about 23. So he's 23 years old. That's why you want us to say about Liberia. From 1822, when the settler came and planted the flag and started building and doing, you are telling me we should discount all of that and start from 1847. Nope, we're too smart for that. But if Liberian and the Liberian government, if we are still renting, those of you who are in the know, if Liberia, the government of Liberia, if we are still renting buildings from families and friends, you got to let us know. This is 2026. If Liberia is still renting or leasing, there is no reason Liberia should be leasing buildings for office space. You are not a non-profit organization. You are a government or state. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Dr. Yakpa from all indications has done something great to give the EPA its own headquarters. We are praying. I thought we have built that building, but they said no, it was purchased. So if it was purchased, we want to know from whom it was purchased, how much the government paid for it, how did the government pay, and where are the papers, documentation, giving ownership to us, taxpayers, Liberian citizens, because now they say we own that building. The property, junkie is real quick. If we own the building, isn't it our responsibility to ask for the paper? If you say, I own this car, I own a house, don't you think I want to see the paperwork and say, hey, how much I paid for this car, where's the registration? Do you think so?
Sure. And Mr. Gibman, that's when you are guaranteed. That's when you are guaranteed ownership of that particular property.
That's correct.
When the documents to back your ownership to that property is in your possession. So while you are saying I agree with you, since Jojo told us that property was bought because honestly we did not see any new construction going on by the EPA. So that they bought that property is now a bad thing because that will cut off the perennial rental or service fee that is being paid by government. So it is good on the part of the government to have our own environmental protection agencies office. Is good for Liberia. That other money that is usually placed in the budget for rental service fee to the owner of the building being used by the EPA before will now be diverted to other things like maybe stopping the pollution of the Do River, trying to eliminate the random firing of dynamites or in the Do River here and damaging buildings, structures that are public structure like the bridges, both bridges, to even include damaging the water with those chemicals that the dynamite goes along with. So I want to say kudos to the head of the Environmental Protection Agency. That is progress in action. That is one of the biggest attributes of an administrator, to work more than you are paid. And I want to tap him on the back. He's doing seriously well. In fact, the situation with the Bee Mountain, he was very swift in intervening and bringing that situation under control, even though we called on the government to see how best there can be some level of budgetary increment for the Environmental Protection Agency so that they do their job proficiently and effectively, because this is an institution that is very much important and critical to our survival, because when this institution is working is upfront, Liberia will be, in my mind, because we are small, and when the resources are available and the EPA budget is beefed up and other partners help we Liberians ourselves also rally around Dr. Yakpaulu's administration at the EPA there, Liberians will be safe, and we will have an environment where we breathe good air. We will not be inhaling the normal carbon monoxide that is on a daily basis or in his car and in the air. So, to Dr. Yakpaulu, kudos. I want to encourage you and admonish you to ask the president and other officials who are prominent in the government to see how best they can look in the direction of the EPA, because the EPA has a lot to do. I think the due reward now should be dredged. We are living in modern times, because when you just where Abidjan, and when you somewhere around the plateau area and you see the river, it brings jealousy to you. It's almost like coming from the Vatan era and entering Central Morovia. That's almost how that place is like. So when you see our river and compare that to that of Baby Cote d'Ivoire, that is our kid, it's baffling and it's troubling. So I want to say to the EPA boss, try to extend out there and maneuver your way and Maradona your way, that there can be more support coming to the EPA, and you can create other avenues through innovation and creativity for the EPA to be second to none. But what you are doing, I want to say kudos and continue. And Liberians, let us all join forces to make sure that we keep Liberia's environment protected. Back to you, Mr. Gamer.
Excellent, excellent. We, on behalf of the closing argument, we say kudos to Dr. Yakpaulu. That is an impressive undertaking. As much as we are praising you, we would like to have a little more information. If you purchase the building, how much do we pay for it? From whom did you purchase the building? And does the taxpayer have the title or the deed to the property? We do not want to say when you leave office, the owners to come and say the government owed me 3 years. We are under the impression that this building has been purchased. It is now the property of the taxpayers. Now can we see some papers and answer some questions? How much do we pay for this building? How do we validate the cost of this building? In this country, when you're going to buy a home, they will come and do the assessment, they do all the analysis, and they tell you the house is worth this amount before the bank even venture in giving you the loan to buy the house. So for you, those of you who are into investigative journalism, this is a task for Sally and Junkies to find out on our behalf when the building was purchased, from whom it was purchased, and how much do we pay for it, and who has the title. Let me welcome Honorable Sylvester Peewee. Honorable Sylvester Peewee, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gamer. It's good to be back this wonderful Thursday evening. And we look forward to having some very good interaction here tonight. We've been following closely, and I hope to have a very good discussion tonight.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a great itinerary of ideas to you today for events in Liberia. We'll be talking. We have another hour here with our brothers and sisters on Freedom FM 87.9. The talking points today are President Joseph Boakai dedicates new EPA headquarters, praises Dr. Yakpawolo for his leadership. Second on the agenda is the Senate Committee on Judiciary Human Rights Claims and Petition has recommended to plenary to officially communicate with President Joseph Boakai to remove or suspend CIA Director Josiah Joker from his position for attending the Joseph Thomas Fowler political program. Also, Information Minister alleged drug cartel using the media. There you go. They say the drug cartel is using us, collective media, including AI-generated content to fight back against corruption, against the government investigators. Vow no compromise on the ongoing $19 million saga. The decision by my colleagues to allot electoral seats to counter is illegal, and I strongly oppose it. As chair on judiciary, I advise my colleagues in leadership. They refuse to listen. As such, that action will be challenged in the court of law. Honorable Johnson S.N. Williams, chair on the Judiciary Committee on the new creation of seats in Liberia. The House cleared a final legislative hurdle for petroleum refinery company bill. Dylan won Joker punished for attending a political rally. Senator Sir Joseph also said that if you're going to punish Josiah Joker, you should punish the Minister of Foreign Affairs for attending the Liberty Party event where she was seen dancing and singing. She too should be suspended or punished. So here we are. Government is fighting corruption, and corruption is fighting right back. Let me go to Honorable Pee-wee. Honorable Pee-wee Josiah Joker, the custodian of our law when it comes to etiquette and decorum in the workplace, suspended, fired, eliminated people and their positions for attending events with CDC uniforms on, attending CDC rallies. All of those people, some like 750 from the EPA, from the executive mansion were laid off. Some top security people were laid off because they were seen wearing CDC shirts.
Yeah.
And here is Josiah Joker.
Absolutely.
Executive. So the people are saying, some people are saying he should be suspended. Some people say he should be removed totally.
Absolutely. And the fact that, you see, and that's the major problem with the country. And if you want to come with equity, and always we can say that your hands should be absolutely clean, and then you come with that disposition. The fact that Mr. Jokai did punish other innocent Liberian citizens that, in other words, they were committing and exercising their own political franchise, and the code of conduct does not literally prohibits them from associating politically, expressing their view politically, as that the reason he dismissed them. The dismissal came from the reason he gave. I thought it was very, very faulty and inexcusable, but he came with that. But the bottom line here is that the president of the republic, that's one of the reasons why I asked the last time if the president is actually in charge of the country, or if the president is not aiding and abetting these things for government officials to know about the code of conduct. Because if you were to move to dismiss Jokai, there's going to be a lot of cry. You will have opened a can of worm, meaning the president will have to move to do a lot of the things in terms of reprimanding. We have a lot of government officials that are violated and stay violating the code of conduct unabated. that stayed moving and functioning very well in their respective positions. So the president, I don't think he's going to go. There's no teeth to bite. The presidency for now, in terms of the code of conduct, the presidency is a toothless bulldog, just a very wild, ugly bulldog somewhere, but there's no teeth to bite relative to the code of conduct. On a more serious though, very ugly bulldog, but with no teeth. You see, it scare you from the distance, but listen, you can tell your man that I think or that, I think is that. So very ugly bulldog that doesn't have the teeth to bite. So this is what, but I thought to remind, and this is the same thing I was saying before even Sir Joseph would come with this recommendation when I heard Senator Dillon about this. If you want to Jokai, listen, here I'm not defending Jokai. I thought it was wrong, and I thought if you had always time talking about equity, you should be very clean. And himself, knowing it, or I don't know if that was inadvertent, but I think it was knowing it, exhibiting a portrait of the limbo and all of thinking and openly attending their function. And his only excuse was not only flimsy, but very half-baked to say it was during the weekend. The code of conduct didn't say weekend. It said if you are a government official, you cannot attend. You say weekend, I know the next thing you're going to consider a holiday or so. That was nonsensical. But the point here, therefore, Mr. Gaiman, is that Sir Joseph point, that's the same thing I said to one of my colleagues. Sir Joseph brought a very brilliant point, and I respectfully agree with Senator Joseph on this one. You cannot dismiss or suspend or reprimand Jokai, and then the foreign minister was open it. And the same thing I reminded folks. And the very Dillon, Senator Dillon, even there, popping Tumba and other things, putting money on Tumba.
That's right.
That program. You see, so now we ought to not sometimes be a little bit mindful to not be always saturated when these things come about, and then we just want to say some things and we don't. So now we forget that the same thing we're trying to come may just come back to bite us. So they was just there and seeing Sarah Yanti. That was a political event. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe remind Mr. Dillon, and I think his own comrade from also rather reminded him that was a political event. It was not a church program. It was not a wedding celebration. It was not, I don't think it was a divorce party because or so. Let me put it that way. I don't know how the proper nomenclature to give it. It was not one. It was not a social gathering that we went to sit to drink beer and palm wine. No, it was not one church member from somewhere in Grand Bassa or Riverside being ordained, right? Yeah. No, it was not. It was a political activity. The Liberty Party had a women, I think, kind of a women program. It was political. It was a political gathering where the political leader of the Liberty Party appeared with other very powerful women, including the woman that was there projecting and reverberating the backside that captivated Dillon to even express some cash, if you will.
That's right.
So this is just something I would say. Can we sit as a country and say the code of conduct, or they in the house, the lawmakers, the legislature, can begin to put into place some structural policy that will go a long way and say, okay, we are a country. You cannot divulge, or you cannot ask a government official to completely get out of politics. So we as people, we will not allow people to impose, because the code of conduct was basically pushed and imposed by international powerful government, insisting that you have to do that. There have to be some guardrails, if you will, some basic checkpoint. Someone have to be to observe these things. So the legislature got all the power, and they did. When that law came, I think it was pushed from here and other things. When it came, they did some amendments. So can they go back and re-amend that law and saying, okay, we'll allow everybody to participate in politics? You bring some other guardrails that at least can say, okay, if the person is going to do it, they should not use government property, they shouldn't do this. But the law is blanket. And the reason why the law is particularly, sorry, I meant to say the law is meant to target. The law is discriminatory. It's meant to target those that are in the executive, basically. That's the intent of that law. Now, can we sit as people and say we need to at least make the law a little bit flexible? There should be some flexibility in terms of who participate at least. If Joker is the head of the CSA, he's a government official, but Joker should have the right to affiliate and associate with political institution. Or Gime is this, but Gime should have the right to attend his political party gathering, despite he's serving as minister or director general somewhere in government. There can be a way that we can protect this law and work along and ensure that everyone got some level of cohesion somewhere that can allow us to go along. Other than that, there's going to be a problem. Now, the law is blanket up, and it's clear also on this issue about if you are in government, you cannot also hold a political. We have the Secretary General of the United Party is the current managing director of Liberian Petroleum Refining Company. The chairman of the United Party is the current board chair of. I mean, we have a lot of them. They have other United Party officials. The superintendent of Monserrado County, Willie Bryan, my own dear friend. I think it's one of the vice chair for some political affairs and mobilization within the United Party. We have most of the government officials actively playing active role within their political institution. So I mean, there's a call and wake up call here, Mr. Gamer. We can do a recall of the law. We can recall that law and see how we can do some restructuring of it so that it will be in accordance with unfolding the reality that we all. The Constitution says we can participate. So why can't we do something like that as a country?
Well, some people will say until the law is recalled, the law is the law. And that's it. But let me get your thought on this one. We discussed it briefly. This one is from Where They Power on the drug thing. She said, yeah, it's definitely a drug. For those of you who are keep saying Liberia is not a cartel, a narco nation, or all that, this is somebody who is an established insider, an very old family. We're going way back into the 1800s. She is well accomplished, well established, part of the establishment. She said, there is definitely a drug cartel in Liberia. There has always been a drug cartel in Liberia. One thing is certain, drug cartels don't survive without the active or tacit support from folks at the highest level of government and the community members. There is no way that a drug cartel can survive long-term operation without the very minimum, the knowledge, protection, collusion from authorities and citizens. This includes law enforcement apparatus, judicial actors, executive leaders, actors, mothers, fathers. There are those in high-ranking government offices, or entire security institutions that are actively involved using their political power to further their criminal enterprise. So there you go, Honorable Pee-wee. We, the little people, the small fishes, we are saying Liberia will be a narco state. Liberia will be taken over by cartel. People from underneath the water came out and said, what are you talking? They are here. They've been here. And that they're not only here, but the executive, the judiciary, the legislative, they are housing them. They are protecting them. In the early part of the Joseph Boakai government, the deputy DEA director said the exact thing and he lost his job. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, and you know, they are there. They've been there, and they will continue to. They're not going anywhere.
That's what you said. They go nowhere.
But yes, what I would say, and I think this is part of. I think they've been there before, and trying to what they did was to bring the local drugs and our red going around the Kush, the Tramadol, and the rest of the order that can. But now they saw some level of huge vulnerability within the country. And there are different kind of a conditionality that spring up those vulnerability, if you will. So what they did now is to see that and say, okay, we can tap into this to metastasize our operation within this country and use this place as a springboard to spray up into powerful countries, if you will. Because the cartel, we understand the situation very well, and they will read the line. They're seeing the vulnerability in the country. The country It's a poor country because of poor management, and another reason they will see because of that reason, government officials are desperate to get some things and other things. Those particularly within the security apparatus. Remember, most of those guys that were bust up first and dismissed, and then linked to this issue, been working with the Roberts International Airport. Some of them as the airport security, some within other areas of the airport's form. All of those that were also linked as persons of interest, that are some of them that are deemed now to be fugitive, were also part of the airport security apparatus, those high-ranking security officers. Those security officers were also linked to some high-ranking government security apparatus folks. So we have all of the security network deployed at the Roberts International Airport. We have the DEA, the NSA, the prestigious number one spy institution in the government, in our government. They are there. We also have for external support, and that was reasonably done because every airport you will see that for some external due to back up the threat or reduce the threat level at the airport. What the government did also was to deploy some very extended forces, our military, the armed forces of Liberia. They also deployed there at the back for some reason of rapid repair in terms of any aggression within the airport. That was meant to beef up the security at the airport because it's one of the major gateways to the country. But all of those, so the cartel saw these things. We are not coming as an external forces to come in and invade this place. What we'll do it internally. We'll break the internal structure, and we will have the decision-making policy to us. So, okay, who are these people that so man this thing? We break out of all the fabrics, and then use our network to do. The Minister of Information admitted today that it's a cartel in the country. So the government admitted correctly. Probably he was saying it with no harm. Probably he thought that by saying the media, controlling the media. So the Minister of Justice agreed today that we have cartel in the country. I thought if I was the Minister of Information, I would say these people here, they're trying to come to the country because first you have to save the face of the country and do strategic communication. But to admit that the cartel got control of the media, meaning you are admitting that the cartel have taken over the country. So they now have to do much more to help the country navigate from this sad era we find ourselves. So it's a very difficult problem. It's a very serious issue the country found herself into. And the way to go, we have to be not only meticulous about this, but we have to be very systematic in terms of and ruthless in dealing with those unscrupulous elements and ensuring that the laws of the country, when violated, those violators will meet the pinch of the laws. If that is not done, we're going to see a continuation of those guys permeating all of the fabrics of the country. And then I'm one of those, first and foremost, I was a little adamant and skeptical, Mr. Gaiman, to say the country is a narco state. And the reason why I was adamant, I was intentionally, because I've been willing to not say the cartel have taken over the country. But if now Information Minister is saying to us that the cartel took over the country, they took over the media. I don't know how true is that, because no one will ever take over some of us that are playing also this kind of a media role. I can never knowingly, even unknowingly, I would not do it. My spirit will reject it to say I would support the cartel to do this kind of a thing in the Republic, in any part of the world. Drugs is one of the dangerous things that any country will want to move to fight very vehemently. So, I mean, that is a fight. They are there, they've been there, but they're operating on a very high scale. And it's part of the reason why this thing is still very complicated and complex to the extent that the government cannot get to the bottom of this. We hope that this particular $19 million situation, the government will come with a funding, and that funding should be part of the way now to tackle these people. And if not exterminating them, but you need to dismantle their trap so that we get them off the land of the country. That is
Mr. Sally, we have noticed a long time ago that the drug cartel had infiltrated the media land space. We knew that. We've been saying this. And how do they do that? Is very simple. The drug cartel have decided, okay, Junkies Murray want to be tough on Freedom FM. Okay, Sally want to be tough on Truth FM. That's fine. We are going to sideline them, and we're going to make sure that every ministry have their own reporter. Every department got their own reporter. Everybody got their own. So we want to get the information out. We don't need Freedom FM. We don't need Truth FM. Our guys are out there. Everybody, you look at it on Monrovia TV, Vatan TV, PHP Street TV. Hey, this is how you wonder how do some of these people get money to be buying data 24/7, debunking. When Sally says something, everywhere he talks, somebody just show up on his feed and start debunking and try to discredit you. They're all over the place. This is how the cartel infiltrates the media to make sure that they defang the media, that nobody, like now they are going after Front Page Africa. They are going after an investigator, trying to discredit them. This is how the cartel works. In fact, the Liberian government itself decided to boycott the media. And what they did, they formed their own cartel. They call them Cloud Reloaded. Who funding that particular platform? Nobody knows, but this is where they all go because they do not want to deal with journalists. Mr. Sadi, your take on how they have captured the media?
Yes. Before getting into this drugs issue, I want to take back a little bit on the Josiah Jockett issue, and at that program of Thomas Falai, I don't know, because today when we were at the Senate, there were a lot of senators that were raising concern. Most of the senators, like Senator Nathaniel Magee of Mangibi County, he was like, but there were other officials, like my own sister from the intellectual property, Gamen Kobwe. She was seeing into the Namo T-shirt. So she was.
The cartel tried to shut you up. Let me work on Victor Dame work out.
Person. So why now you only policing? There were other who were there seeing celebrating. So why now you only want to handpick Josiah? Do you want to make Josiah?
Is it Morovia? Yeah, internet bad, man.
Yeah. The current body.
The cartel got
she
it.
was there. So they were all celebrating. So they were all celebrating. Why now you want to handpick Josiah?
We can hear you, my man. You gotta go out and come back in.
Go out and come back in. Sally, go out and come back in. You are breaking up.
Yeah, the internet is so bad.
So it's going to be with you guys. Quickly, let me see if I can get caught up. One, he was talking about the situation of Joseph Jokai. I listened to Sylvester's input. I partially agree with him. I think the law has not been enforced across the board, and that is a fact. But that doesn't mean the law should not be enforced. And so the fact that, the foreign minister and other people were participating in something that seemed political, I get it. I think something should have been said or done about it. I'm not sure if their participation actually rose to the level of Jokai's participation. This man was in a purple t-shirt, Nemo t-shirt. So, and more than that, he is the chief HR president for the Republic of Liberia. He is supposed to be the one enforcing employment, regulations. I think this is why a lot of eyebrows are being raised. Never mind the fact that he was very vocal against people for doing the same exact thing that he is doing. So I think it should be looked into, and I disagree with Sylvester. I think if they think the law is too broad or is something wrong with it,
then you should either leave a drive to amend the law or to scrap it. But you cannot violate the law because you think the law is too broad, is not being enforced. I disagree. And I think this is where the chaos in our country begins from.
So what are you disagreeing with? What did I say you disagree with?
Well, you said the law is too broad. You said, it's targeting the executive. I disagree. I disagree on that. The law is in place to protect government employees. It's not only executive. So if the law is in place and it says don't do this, I think we should all push for our people to comply. But
does the law refer to lawmakers?
I don't know. But that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. If you feel that the law is not being evenly applied, then I think we should advocate for the law to be, amended and fixed. But because it doesn't seem to be applicable to one side, therefore the other side should violate it. I think that's chaos. And I think that's wrong. I would disagree with you on that any day.
Yeah, I think
quick, Mr. Gamer, and Paul,
let me just finish. I'll pass it back to you. I want to come back to the EPA, right? And congratulations to Dr. Yabawolo, for the building. But really, are we going to judge the performance of the EPA management based on the edifices that they're constructing or the ability to perform? Have we not talked about the number of spills under this director, from B Mountain to the spill on the Cocoa Road, where they instructed to put a dig and put the hydrochloric acid underground, and so the president went and dedicated the building. Like I said, congratulations to him. But I'm expecting a little bit more from him than just buying a building and dedicating it. I think that is expected. I don't know if he should be congratulated for that, but notwithstanding congratulations to him, but I'm looking for substantive performance indicators from him. I think there was a case with some Chinese people that he arrested, illegal mining and stuff like that. I don't know what has become of that case. So I don't know if I really have any congratulations coming from him as much as I'm expecting him to deliver on protecting the environment. There is a lot of illegal mining that's going in our country. I know that personally from where I come from. There are lots of people in Barobo who are mining, and they're ruining the place. All the rivers that our people use for their natural, farming, irrigation, and drinking. Everything's been poisoned under his watch. So, I don't think I have any congratulations for him. Just to say, he's doing what he's supposed to do, but he's underperforming, in my opinion. But back to you, Sylvester, you're not coming. Or back to you, John.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say probably you didn't get my point well, and I didn't say the law should not be implemented for now. And I said that I went through the law. The law is targeting particularly those in the executive. Now, if the laws, and I said this clearly, if folks understand this well, those that are in the executive, in the legislature, can begin to go by, and laws are made by men. And we do those things and we do some adjustment moving forward so to confront the current day reality. The point is that the fact that I said the president just lost the focus in protecting or fighting for the code of conduct. A lot of violations been going on. A lot of violations, including Mr. Jokai, including a lot of other hundreds of government officials currently. My point, therefore, is I didn't say, but I reiterate, I didn't say that don't punish these people. I said if the president were to move to take action against Jokai on the issue of NIMO, the president should move to also do same to other government officials that are also being violating this thing. And the last thing I said was that the legislature, if we believe as a country that this law was sent, there are a lot of things about this very code of conduct. They did some amendment, went back, rechanged it, did this, they finally got this one. If this is only targeting government officials from the executive, it has to be broad-based. Can we now, as people, say that if this is not working for us, if presidents cannot have the wherewithal to take action against their officials, then go back to the legislature. That's my suggestion, and see if you can fix it in a way and say, okay, people can go to political issue, because the thing that is difficult, the president has not been taking action. It's not the first or second president from the Madam Salif days. It was difficult to have this, but then the law was not straightforward in terms of the passage of the law. But since the weird time and the current government, it is still a difficult thing. A lot of government officials go to these kind of functions and they are not punishing them. And that's why I said, if that is not the case, then do an amendment of the law and change that aspect to allow everyone to do their political work. That's what I said.
You know, I understand your point now, and I have to say, I have to go back to the code of conduct again, but it looks like it is I think it's intended for appointed government officials. I am not sure to what extent it is applicable to elected officials. And so I think these are people who are being appointed by, into government. I think those are the ones, the code of conduct really. Yeah, of course. I think there is also, I think the code of conduct related to participation in politics, basically. Let's narrow it down. I think it points more towards those who are being appointed in government. But I agree with you also that there have been a number of violations of the code of conduct, and nothing has been done about it. And so by that logic, I think the Senate might end up apologizing again, like Senator Snow recently did to my friend Samuel Boke-Nambe, because I think this is going to splash in their faces only because, as you indicated, which you're right about, there have been several violations that they have not been as forceful as they seem to be doing here in the case of Josiah Jokai. I can understand, the motivation for that. I mean, he's a lightning rod. He is an unapologetic supporter of this government, and he has made very known his disdain for the former president and the former government, refused to acknowledge George Weah as president of Liberia, in spite of the fact that he was elected. He's on record by indicating that he was not his president. So you can understand what could be some of the motivation, behind going after him the way they have. But having said that, I don't know if it really will amount to anything. The recommendations range from what? Suspension without, the president has options. I think removal is probably the highest of all the options he has, and we know the president will not exercise that option. And I don't know if the Senate can compel him to choose that option. So we know Mr. Kessley here recently was reprimanded. He paid, I think, $2,500 for his language on Facebook and social media. So the president has options available to him, but I think dismissal is probably going to be the last option he will exercise in the case of Josiah Jokai.
The president got rid of Che Kuyate at the recommendation of the House for the same thing. So why shouldn't he? But I want you to look at this.
No, not the same thing, brother. Don't mix pineapple and oranges.
Okay. Oranges and lime. Okay, but I'm showing you the picture of Usman Ali. Usman Ali was in Painesville the week before the drug bust, having party, liquor of all kinds supplied to his minions. And there you have Mr. Brown and all his surrogates, and Mr. Ali is there. The couple of days before the bust,
right?
People are saying they say he came from Sierra Leone, by way of Sierra Leone, on his way to London, stopped over in Monrovia.
Right.
Came to smoothing out things before little did he know what was coming down the pipeline. So we got 20 minutes, 15 minutes here to go. We're going to take a few calls. But real quick, 1 minute each. What do you make of Mr. Ali? Usman Ali in Liberia, the couple of days before the drug bust, his disappearance, his entertainment, partying his way in Painesville there. I mean, this is brazen, this gentleman.
I mean, if I'll go out my 1 minute, I think from all indications, there's a link I put in the chat room. I'm sure we all may have seen it, but I just wanted to quickly allude to that. Of some of the dire consequences that we've been talking about right now, Sierra Leone is in the crossheads of the European Union. We understand the Dutch government, the Netherlands, have put in a request to the European Union. And then from 2021 to now, the Sierra Leone government gets around 352 million euro. That's almost $350 million US. Liberia gets around 300 million around the same time from the EU. Now they are requesting the European Union to take a look at Sierra Leone's dealings with this kingpin who they have seen, palling around with the first family in Sierra Leone, Joe's bully boy, Joe Leticus. So you guys were talking. I was listening to you. Up to now, we don't know where these drugs came from. It is very likely they came through Bowater side. It is very likely. I don't have any proof of this, but until they tell us, I think it is within our right to assume anything. And I'm assuming these drugs may have come from Sierra Leone. And they're reporting that this guy is bringing all this stuff from South America, bring it to West Africa, and then, package it and do whatever and send it to Europe. So they are going after Sierra Leone. If they are, do we need a rocket scientist to come and tell us that their eyes are also on Liberia? But, I'll pass it on back to you.
Yes. Junkies, let's open the line. We got about 15 minutes. Let's see, we can take some call before you leave, and then we'll continue the fight. But suspect Usman Ali was in Monroe a few days before the drug bust, and he was partying and in Painesville there and having a great time with Mr. Brown and all those, that most of the folks that have been named in the drug thing. So this guy got some gall. I mean, he was in Liberia partying and doing everything else.
So does that mean like Liberia is becoming a hideout now for drug kingpin and drug peddlers?
But let me bring you up to attention. I just read what Ms. Wade Power just wrote. She said, there is no doubt they are here, they were here, they will be here, and they have been sponsored by the highest of the highest. What else do you need? But let's go to the line.
Mr. Moderator, if you are going to read it right up from Ms. Wade Power, I encourage you seriously to use a political identifier. Ms. Wade Power of the CMC, she is the political advisor to the CMC. So please make sure to attach that handle. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And former representative District number 7.
I don't know about that. Then these statements, Mr. Given, then these statements from where
they carry weight. They carry weight.
From Wade Power, no, they don't really carry this. It may be one will call it political statement. Right?
A political statement.
But it won't really carry with this
Honorable Sylvester Pee.
Yeah, these are political. Wade Power is not being honest yet.
Let's go to the
political.
Okay, let's go to the line, guy. Let's take a few calls.
I didn't know she got political handle. So it's
yeah, we'll leave that political side.
Let's go to the line.
Yeah. So before we go to the line quickly, we just recognize a few of our followers here on our live stream. Vinicius Junior Bar is here. Renan Swain Thomas is following. Hezekiah Doe, Ricky Young is following from Miami. Clearwater. Abraham and Anderson is also watching. Emma Hammer from Cox City. Estelle MG Play is following from Battersville Junction. Emmanuel Bro is following from Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's the USA. Flex Electronic is also following. Alex Kolu is following. Sarah Doppel is following. Brian Swain is following from Chicken Soup Factory Golf Community. And Flex. Okay, Siliki Tuare, Mozart Dennis, Roland Debbie 2 is following, and Elizabeth Tobe, she's one of our many followers. She's celebrating her birthday on tomorrow. And our little man here, Morris Morba, DJ 2, is celebrating his birthday tomorrow. So we go to the line quickly to take our calls. You can call us on those numbers on 077 6104104, 077 6104104, 086 500 104, 086 500 104. And our diaspora callers can call us on +231-886-500-104, +231-886-500-104. So while we are with calls, Mr. Gateman, back to you. Okay, we interrupt as quickly as possible to take our first call. Hello, your name and you joining us from where?
I'm doing you for Canada.
Welcome to the closing argument here on Freedom FM 87.9.
Our parents and sister are there. You want to say today we are calling local in the nation. The government, they're talking about the issue of them. They should not play games with the issue of them because the story is not going to help people's lives. It's damaging the nation. You realize young people who be the leaders of the nation today, and language today into prayer, and language today into the street because of them. The government is doing it. That is very surely. I do think so. I want to say what is government very very important.
Okay. You end that thing. Albeit, thanks for your call. This is the closing argument here on Freedom FM 87.9 and True FM 96.1. And also, we are on Care Radio. So you can call us on our numbers here: 0776 104 104, 086 500 104, +231 86 500 104. Back to you, Mr. Gateman, as we would calls.
Thank you. We want to welcome Christian Twister Roberto Slobber. I'm watching you from our home in Caldwell, New Georgia. North Road this evening. Okay, New Georgia. That's Caldwell. That's Sylvester hometown. Are you in Caldwell or are you in
Dixville?
Okay, Dixville. Okay, in the Congo, in Congo town, Dixville. We want to welcome James L. Kelly. James L. Kelly is watching. It's a good show. Guys, if you don't tell us where you tuned in from, we can't. But let me go to Pee Wee. Pee Wee, the president was briefed on the drug cartel thing way back, and they gave him a dossier. What happened?
So. And I think Ronnie was on the show last week. He stated that I think everybody in the country was waiting on the return of the president. Meaning, is there like something unfold in the home where the dad is not there? Everybody say, hey, Papa will come. He said, so then the person that is basically somehow linked to this will be very worried because you have a non-disciplinarian and non-nonsense father. He will come and do the right thing and the rest of that. So we all waiting for our part to come in the country to take some decision. But before then, and I said to Rocknate that day on the show that I believe sincerely that the president was already briefed about this. He knows about it. I don't think there was anything new before he departed the country for Turkey, right? Now that he's returning from Ankara, and I don't think there will be any new thing. And that was my speculation, and I was damn right on that one. And I don't see anything unfolding that the president will do new. That is information that haven't been given the president ever since this thing started. A month and a half or a month plus now, moving on. So hopefully, and I think this is the danger of this, and you emboldened and the cartel and those that are associated with them to say, hey, the system here, we got the guy, and yes, why. Most of those in the security apparatus that should advise the president to take decisions are the one time the president.
So, Honorable Pee Wee, kindly allow me interrupt you, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, this caller, it should be Mr. Joseph Colley. He's calling from the US of A. Welcome to the platform, Mr. Colley.
Morris and Joe Pee Wee and Mr. Nangbe and the guy another Joseph Colley there.
Joseph Colley.
Oh, my people, we gotta be serious because the fact himself is not serious. We see how the thing is unfolding regarding the drug issue. What in the world you and I that are here in the US that somebody will be caught with drug and our house is not barricaded? We know there is no investigation. It takes days before the people can even start talking about that stuff. Are you serious? Is this a serious government? When we look back in the past, let's look at what Wakai then said. Wakai, according to Lauren Guinness, he was on one of the networks, said, people may come for to support our campaign, we will receive it and work the campaign. Let's not forget, even in Ghana, Wakai is at the spirit. See, the boss cartel give them money to run their campaign, and this is what they are doing to the Nigerian people now. Because no drugs that were caught in that place. We know how many have been spread this are affecting our children. But the pocket don't care. They don't care about their pocket. What they can do for themselves. The children, the poor people, they don't care about it. And we that are here, we're seeing people what drugs can do. So we all need to really hold together that this man we go here to the fight. That our country will not be treated like this. The future of the nation will not be destroyed. We have to be serious about this issue. This issue is not for fun. What I think is
Jackson, can you mute, please?
There is no anyway.
What are we doing? The Nigerian people are suffering, man. They're going through the pain. So we really need to come together. This is not about politics. They got to be serious to tell them where the drugs came from and how we should treat it. God bless you all.
Thank you, Dad. That was Joseph Colley from the US of A. Thanks for your call. And keep calling on those numbers we announced: 0776 104 104, 086 500 104. And our diaspora callers can call us on our WhatsApp line +231 86 500 104 +231 86 500 104. So we'll take this caller back on line 1. This caller, your name and where are you calling us from?
My name is
Go ahead, quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, this thing is all over the world. But we are going to themselves with the problem. Because if you see the fire question in the house, you will not go there. And we will use them, we can be advancing our friend. God is not good. God is not good. This is for money people stealing it. Because they are able to benefit from it. But you the hospital, it's not good for you to take birth. We say like we make it hard for ourselves. You will not be laying numbers to me to you. If you know like you're a hospital, they just make you work out, go and go, so you pass on when you can go to for your family and your future tomorrow. But everything we're pushing it and for me. Yes, because if you say no on your head, if you have it said, we say there is. For me, I will say, I can tell my duty, none of my duty. I can say, leave God. Better you hustle for your future tomorrow and you have your family, you have your parents. But we cannot put everything being on for me. This, no. I have a lot of my friends. If I see any of my friends, you God, but you so much desire. It's more okay. You're not my friend. You're not my friend, my whole life. But you got me and for. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dad. And Honorable Gateman, that's how we do it for our cause, because we got less than a minute here.
Thank you very much. And I want to talk to Mr. Tama. Tama, I understand where you are coming from. Your understanding of putting the owners of the drug issue on those who are taking the drugs. I know you say we shouldn't put it on the government. Tama, I know you from Lofa, so you may have some alliance with, some sympathy with the president. Everything shouldn't be on the government. Well, what we are saying here is, what we are discussing, want to know who brought the drug into the country, how the drug got into the country. Those are the questions that we are asking. Now, if you are choosing, you say they shouldn't ask the government, but people shouldn't do drugs. We should tell our children not to do drugs. Mr. Tamba, I disagree with you. We are talking something a little more in detail than that. But let me welcome Mr. Jackson T.S. Seaton.
Mr. Tamba say,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to be on the show.
We don't go there.
So I have to go. I have to go.
Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Seaton, hold on. Go ahead, junkies.
The president.
Yeah, and so it was nice. Today's show from our end is dedicated to the happy pre-birthday man, Cruz Morris Moba, our little man here. He's one of the DJ here at the station. Tomorrow marks his birthday. So from our end, I want to say bye-bye to our many listeners here on Freedom FM on the platform, The Closing Argument. I'm Junkies Morris once again. Bye-bye to you guys, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our friends, Freedom FM. Thank you very much. And you can now tune off. There you go.
Tama say they push
the ball and they kick the ball in the up.
Tama say the jaw going in the up.
But Jason and Steve McConnell is a party journalist. I don't know why Jason can't say anything about it, man. Steve McConnell.
Oh yeah. Oh, I remember one time, Tottenham High students that was doing the dual administration. And Tottenham High students, I think they went on a strike. And then Steve McConnell was reporting from the Tottenham High campus. He said, the Tottenham High students are jubilantly boycotting their class. And I'm like, oh man, I'll be honest with you. He was a great announcer, but that particular statement, I just laugh. How will students be boycotting their class? At least they are boycotting their classes. Jubilantly. Boycotting their class.
No. I think we can be better. They can boycott their class.
Jubilantly.
Jubilantly.
Yes, jubilantly boycott just a class. Classes. Okay, the guy
but the world of go slow, and there was no school. And I remember go out to step in.
The description, the description you are giving there, jubilantly.
That's correct.
Boycotting a class. That's right. I know one class is boycotted.
That difficult math class.
that Victor Damo was teaching.
Yeah.
I remember that incident. The president came. I know my friend Winston Jordan. I still remember. I think we were juniors at the time, and we had a Southeastern teacher. She was teaching a class, and the entire school was going out, and she went out away for permission to get out. And Winston looked at me, I looked at him, and we had anyway. We walked out. That's the point I'm making, and we joined the crowd. I remember Dokin. It was the early days of the coup. The one time he met us at the bus stop and gave us a big wad of money again. But I remember that incident very well. I don't remember some of the details, but I know because of that, my friend Winston Jordan and we got reprimanded because the president came. And he came to the gym those days. Where my family, the whole group used to go along with him. They'll bring her to the gym, and basically they just came to show off, tell their story. The whole PRC, I don't remember them now. You're talking about, Harrison, Pennon, Falavani, the whole bunch of them. But I remember those were the days. And when she said we got out of class, Steve McConnell, I think Steve McConnell was reflecting. He was reporting what he was witnessing.
Yeah, you were reporting what you were witnessing at the time.
Exactly. I still remember. And the teacher, her name was Mokanji. I still remember very well. We ended up being best of friends, but back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Guys, there's a good book from the New York Times that you need to look at. It said, Talk to Me. And then it says here, Lesson from a Family First by History. Great book. This book is written by Rich Benjamin, New York Times reporter, who came out of the established family of Haiti. The father was the foreign minister, diplomat from Liberia. The mother was a standout family, still family members. And this man was overthrown and purged out of Haiti, the family. And they came into Washington, D.C., where they were hosted by the American government. And finally, a few years ago, the CIA unclassified the overthrow, the purge of this progressive family when they brought in Duvalier. Papa Doc Duvalier, that ran the country like Tottenham for years until his death. Great book, guys. If you want to see the parallel between Liberia and some of the Caribbean nations, especially Haiti, this is a great book to read. This would have been the equivalent of A.B. Talbot.
I think Duvalier, was that the senior, or because I think his son also
his son succeeded him.
David Doug, right?
Yeah, and I remember when David Doug was overthrown.
Yes.
In Haiti.
Yes, that's what I remember.
Samuel Doe sought to give him political asylum in Liberia. And there was a huge outcry about Doe trying to give Duvalier political asylum in Liberia. And that huge outcry led Doe to rescind his decision. That's what led Duvalier to go to France. You know, France is their colonial master. And what they did was they killed all of their colonial masters who were French citizens. And then they installed themselves in Haiti. So because Samuel Doe could not give him political asylum, so he ran to France. And that's where he was before he finally went back to Haiti and he eventually died.
I remember that incident because the UPP executive then they organized. There was a whole series on the Papa Doc and Baby Doc and all of that. How these people rule Haiti, and I remember the Central Street office, Broad Street office. We went there and watched the whole clip on that. But I remember very well, and we were saying to ourselves, how could one family, and now it's happening almost all over Africa. You got Tshisekedi and his son happening in DR Congo. And then somewhere else again, you have, it's like father leaves, then the son takes over and all of that. But Jerome, talking about book quickly before you welcome Chief Tomlin George, I want to also highlight the political leader of the CMC also recommended a book for the entire legislature written by one Dr. Joyce Johnson Dolo. I haven't read the book, but it's called How to Destroy an Organization Without Really Trying. That is the title of the book.
Dr. John, who the author?
Dr. Joyce Dolo, Joyce Johnson Dolo.
Okay, member of CMC?
No, I don't think she's a member of the CMC. I don't know. I've seen her a couple of times on Facebook yet, but I understand she's a Liberian. She's a renowned expert, I believe, on organization, structures and stuff. But you bought 72 copies of the book for all the members of the legislature, recommending it. For a good read, so I intend to get a copy and take a look at it as well.
Excellent. Let me welcome Tomlin George, Chief Tomlin George. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, man. It's good to be on the show. We're happy to see all you guys, Mr. Sitan, Mr. Nangbe, the Neo Pro, and you, Mr. Gimman.
Chief, you sound disappointed, man. Argentina and Spain going to.
No, but Pee-wee is really disappointed because they'll be a team. My team, I've rooted for Argentina. But I'll say this though. I was on the phone with Pee-wee yesterday. Pee-wee knows the game. I won't lie to you. I was on the phone with him. I was driving, and then they were leading England and Argentina 1-0. So he said, the way the people playing, People come in school and beat them. And that's what the man said. So I was like, I said,
no, there's a serious problem in England. Even the citizens are very disappointed. They thought in 70 years this was their best chance to go to the final or even win it.
60 years.
Go to the final.
60, yes.
60.
Yes, 1966.
60, yeah.
66.
60 years.
60 years.
Oh, okay, 60 years. Okay, yeah. And what Thomas Tuchel did yesterday, I thought he's a very good coach to actually door. He acted very, very well. I don't know if someone paid him to do that nonsense he did yesterday. Listen, you got a team that is very progressive. The team that you play, you score in the 55 minutes. 55. You got a long time to go for game plus
whole half
extra time. The whole half that you get to go.
And you had a lot of weapons on the bench.
You score the goal immediately, then you resort to play defensive ball.
Yeah.
Who the coach will do that? Then the pressure piling up. Now, to like the brother Congo man was saying, from west to what?
West
Nicholas.
From west to west.
Well, west to west.
You start making changes. That they said even in England, people sitting in their living room when some of the children are coming, they were all angry. Why? You got Saka. Why you can bring Saka in?
I'm telling you.
Bring Saka in. Why you can bring Saka to keep pressure? I don't know if that man knows something. You got to talk to us on them. You got to tell the English.
Yeah. And I think he needs to be fired.
No, they will fire
because
the firing aspect is going to fire him. But the issue that is
talking about. That's good.
And he also needs to be prosecuted because he poorly managed that game.
The English also need answers. They need clear answers. They need answers. You had been. I don't know why and how you would agree Argentina is a great. Argentina not playing too much extra football in the tournament.
Nope.
That one man glory they living on to move things.
Professor, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to re-offend you. I can hear you really stressed out about this game. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, Mr. Namga, the problem is I hate to see good professional coach do something that will really get his level of coaching for the breakup. Thomas Tuchel is, if you expected, why will you keep all those talented players? Then you can have Saka on the bench. You don't bring Saka on, you bring in no entities to come on the field. Then the pressure coming, you see the pressure. I mean, the goalkeeper would do much, but it will start. You will not bound pressure. You need the man 1-0. Take it to them. Because the wave, as it's now applying the pressure, England brought in Saka to put the pressure, bring in the other thing and bring all the guys. Gordon was already doing well. He scored a goal. King was not that something, but King is a terrific goal scorer. So if you keep King on the top, he can get an opportunity to score a goal anytime. Then you revert to playing a defensive ball. Then when they put you in the 55 minutes, then the pressure party on you. I was thinking, I thought to me, I said, hey, they put equalize, and I need a goal coming, and the goal came. And when the goal came now, then there where the problem will come from. You will now stop from that defensive, then you want a plan to go and score again. Then the ball come and hit you because there will be more of that. The Zigo there now. I mean, it's unfortunate, man. The English people are very disappointed.
Yeah, but there were two racist teams. So one went home because as much as I hate Argentina, for what Hurricane said about our African brother from Ghana, I wanted him out too. So I said it, and my prediction hopefully holds. I said the winner of the France-Spain game will win the World Cup. I hope it holds true, but I wouldn't lose any tears if Argentina went home or England went home just because of Hurricane for talking derogatorily, racist-wise to our Ghanaian brothers. Like when these kind of people come here, they're not here to play; they're here to just hold the ball all day. I mean, what made him to think that we're calling other people these kinds of people? I mean, what kind of human being talks like that? So I'm glad he's home. Let him go lick his wound.
So that the English people that the other side, they are not like they are damn racist.
Well, let him go.
Most of them.
Let him go home and.
I hope you're not forgetting what the Paraguay sender said to Mbappe too, huh?
Yeah, that's fine. That's why she's home too. And she can say all she wants to say from home. But guys, let's get back to the topic here. Let's look at what the gentleman was doing. What our people are saying on the ground about our folks. Let's look at what the Minister of Information, he believes that those of us who are talking continuously about the drug, you are being influenced by the cartel. And during your absence, even during your absence, they say the cartel will be, they are so powerful that they are even using AI to create content, totally taking the responsibility of the drug from the government now, putting it on the media and AI. Let me start with Honorable Tomlin George, you just come in. But the information minister is doing all he can to make sure that the government has no responsibility in this. It's either on the media or whatever the criticisms are. He said they are AI generator. They are AI generator from, they are not real people making complaints.
Well, look, I can tell you this issue of this drug, I mean, we're having a talk to the man Rodney about this same thing, and but he's not on Facebook, so that's all. The executive management issue of release on front page. Okay? Trying to say that dismiss your whatever you're saying and so forth. He said, look, he said you and I know what's up, and the reality is that the people that are large, who the government claims to be at large, the people that are talking to the people, the journalists, they weren't talking to Rodney and so forth. The people are large, and you don't want to endanger their lives or their family lives, so you don't call their names and so forth. But the government knows exactly what's happening. I don't know why the president is even taking this thing lightly. He should be really taking it serious. I know when now they're making fun. This what he said when he came.
So leave it with them. I'll leave it with you.
And I'll tell you something today that because this government they have yet to have gotten the dose of the citizen and anger. If they now tomorrow, they're having a protest tomorrow, but again, how much that protest will go, I don't know. I don't know how far that protest will go. They will use tear gas or water, and then they will disperse them, and then it's over with. But if this government could get the dose, the anger dose of the people, trust me, I think it will come to reality. Because first thing, some of us being around enough to know when there was issue in the country, Samuel Doe will come to the press, go to the public, look in your eyes and address the nation. Taylor will do the same thing too. They won't do recording. They won't do recording speeches. You're not facing the citizenry. They even take questions, address the press. And I mean, you would think the president will have a major press conference and say, well, let me address this issue, calling all local international journalists to come to the part of the executive marshal. President will give her this statement, and then for that he takes question about this issue to show the seriousness about this drug issue. But again, and so far, only Mr. Cummings I've seen who have come up with the opposition. He came with a forceful statement the other day. In fact, Mr. Cummings, if he reached out, he will be coming on his closing argument. If he want to come in closing argument in the next couple or maybe next week or so. And maybe he will double down on his statement on the statement he gave. But because this government have yet to be tested, they are not seeing any force on them, so that's why they play with it. But I know there's nothing to play with. It's a serious issue. Now, who knows whether this denial of Lone Star, not coming to America, whether they're all part of it too? Who knows? I just also need where they say as of August 1st, Liberia will be one of the hub for the American issuing visa in Africa. But yet, with all that, you think are good news, but then after planning for more than a year, the July 26th game with Lone Star at 11th hour, they denied the team to come here. I mean, you should ask yourself questions. I mean, you guys playing for almost a year. You should have secured the visas first. All this stuff coming in about. But we know what is not linked to this same drug issue and so forth. But the Justice Minister, who should be the Joint Security Chairman, should be the one giving the daily briefing. He's not doing this. He's not doing it. I see the police director. He's the one who's doing everything. So I mean, the whole thing is just. I believe the government is not taking it serious, and as many people believe, it may just die down again. But it's up to those who have platforms, who have the authority to to put pressure. Like we'll see what Mr. Cummings what he's gonna do. He said he's gonna go to the national community and get them involved. I think maybe that's what they want, to see people reaching out for international support and to get them going. But it's a game, man. This is not taking it serious at all. And as a result, it's just lingering. News are coming in, and so just gonna be that way, because I'm not seeing no effort by this government to say they're taking this drug thing seriously. I think they just perhaps buying time and waiting for it to die down. But it left, as I said, it left with all of us and everybody involved to see where we're allowed to just go down. But I don't think they're taking it serious. So.
But what do you think? What do you make of Wade Powers' commentary in the paper that Liberia is the home of drug cartel, and they're being supported at the highest level? The intelligence are involved, security is involved, all of those things that it requires to have a country like Liberia as a drug hub. She thinks all of those ingredients are involved. Everybody knows it. Why are we trying to pretend?
Yeah, and to be frank with you, the people being accusing people, government officials are being accusing of linking into it, and perhaps look. Let me tell you what could happen. I don't know whether Mr. Seaton, whether he remembers this. I think during the Dual administration, a lawmaker, because usually they are protected by certain immunities when they travel. But a lawmaker, I think his name was a Verdier. He got stopped at the airport in Washington or somewhere in JFK at JFK.
Oh yeah.
And
I know the story very well. Let me get the lawmaker. He was from Grand Bassa County. His last name was Verdier. And he was traveling to the United States. He met this Nigerian lady. At that time, Nigeria was one of the hubs of drug trafficking to the West. He met this Nigerian lady on the plane. The lady convinced him, say, please hold my package. And then when we get down, when we clear security, I will get it from you. Beautiful lady, apparently maybe the lady charming up. So he was trying to do her a favor. Not knowing that was drugs in that package. When they got to security, before they could clear him, when they go check the package that was drug, he was apprehended right there. And he was incarcerated in the United States. And he was incarcerated before, I think he was in jail, then the Civil War happened. So I don't know what happened to that story.
Yes.
But that's a true story.
Yeah, so just imagine now. So perhaps I brought that story to say that another one happened too again. I don't know whether this one at this time it was the military government was in power in Liberia, and I think Speaker Podia, I think they went and searched his bag, and demanded an apology, because that was the fact they believe that Liberia position was that it was not fair to them. You don't search the speaker of the council, the top official of government who traveled with official passport. You don't search his luggage, but they search it in the phone. I think marijuana in there, something like that.
Yep.
Or somebody getting tip off. So what will happen is that one of these days, very soon, one of our official of government, they will at one of these airports, they will arrest them there, and then they will search their stuff. Somebody will get in tip off, and it will embarrass the government of Liberia before I think we'll get serious. But maybe perhaps since we're not willing to call the people who are doing this thing to expose them, maybe some foreign country will do it. They will say, well, John Brown was caught with his luggage was caught. It was searched. They will find this thing in it, and then the government of Liberia will be on the international radar. Perhaps not what they want, but they're going to be they're going to reach to that point one of these. But they're not taking it serious at all.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the chairman here himself. He's on point. We have decided whether the government does something or not. This is something that we will not let slide. We'll keep talking about it because it is germane to the statehood and to the well-being of our brothers and sisters, our children, our nephews and cousins. So it is incumbent upon us to keep talking about it as long as we can. There is no way that much drugs should be coming into the country, and we should just let it go because other people are not talking about it, so we shouldn't talk about it. But we wanted to talk about the
Mr. Damon, can I chime in on the drugs issue, especially with respect to the press release that came from the executive mansion regarding the front page Africa story?
Right.
I think, the folks in government are not being honest to the Liberian people when it comes to this whole issue of the investigation regarding this $19 million drug bust at the Ramos International Airport. The president got that briefing several months ago. They didn't talk about it. Now, Front Page Africa, somebody might have given Front Page Africa that scoop,
of course.
And Front Page Africa lifted that story, and then the government is coming to deny the story. I can guarantee you there is some veracity to what Front Page Africa wrote. 9 times out of 10, when these kind of stories come up, and then when you see government reacting to that story, they are trying to cover up. They are trying to cover up because the president got this briefing. The president did nothing to address the recommendations from the briefing. And then we have this $19 million drug bust at Ramos International Airport. So they are trying to do what? Save face. That's what our whole release is all about, to save face. The president got the briefing. He didn't act on it. Apparently, folks that were responsible didn't pressurize the president, or maybe the president, he's of age. He's not going to remember everything. So the folks that are responsible for that didn't fully, articulated this thing to the president. So he kind of brushed it aside. Now we have this drug bust. The story comes up. So, yeah, you got briefing before this drug bust, and they warn you ever since that, look, if nothing is done, Liberia is on the verge of becoming a narco state. You didn't take it, the government did not take it serious. Then we have the $19 million drug bust now. Then they are now coming and say, no, the report by Front Page Africa is not true. Look, let the people be honest. If they made a mistake, let it tell the Liberian people we screw up.
Well,
look, the Liberian people are not fools. The Liberian people knows exactly what is going on. The Liberian people knows that there are drug cartels in Liberia. The Liberian people know that many of these people, they are friends with other people in high places. And the Liberian people know that many of our officials are benefiting from the smuggling of drugs in and out of Liberia. And so they are trying to save some other people. They are covering up for some other people. So when Front Page Africa, mind you, I can guarantee you, more revelation will come up from Front Page Africa, and we will see what the government will see.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Obviously, by saying that Rodney Steer, you want to take on Rodney Steer, now for him, he's going to take it as a personal challenge to him, and he's going to go all out. But let me do this real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, like we always say, July 26th is a very important day in Liberia. So we usually take this time to do something special for our employees on the ground. The young men and women that bring you the story every day, day and night. Some of you guys don't go home. We were at the studio. 2 o'clock in the morning, they were still at the studio. And then they got to come right back on the beat 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, going all over the country to bring us the news. So this July 26th, we want to do a little thing for them. Remember that we do it twice a year, 26th and Christmas. So let's give our employees on the ground a good Christmas. Please make a donation to sending something special for these young folks so they can have a great Christmas. This is Liberia 179th independence. We want to make it good for our employees. Whatever contribution we give them is not enough. So we want to make sure at least July 26th, they can bring something home to their children and their families. So we are appealing to you. Excuse me, Sarah Dopo is calling with her first donation. Yes, ma'am. Okay, then you would make your donation. Thank you. Okay, okay. That talk to you that pay to play. Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Sarah Dofo. I've been following the show. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come on, but I just want to, register my own concern, like every one of you, with regards to. You hearing me?
Yes, go ahead.
With regards to this drugs issue, the United Party government is nothing more disgrace and a disappointment to the Liberian people. After they been in opposition for 6 years and they pointed finger at the we are government for this and for that, you would think, according to them being educated, the both people and stuff like that, you would think that they will come to power and govern with their stint. But they are absolutely the worst so far I have seen. And this drug issue, they know what's going on. They know what's going on. But they refuse. They refuse because they have all the big hands in the drug business. They are coloring for them. And then they will be brave enough to go after a young Asakura who is just speaking for his country to put him in jails because he's speaking for his country. This is wrong. Mo Ali was standing in front of people yesterday telling them to come out and protest. Telling them to come out and protest, and they all were accusing the real government, real officials of being involved in corruption and drugs. Ain't nobody put anyone of them in jail. So Jacob Douglas is about to be ashamed of himself for saying that he will put a young man in jail and walk away free. Jacob Douglas, your day coming. Whoever you are, that order that young man to be arrested and put in jail for him speaking his truth, his freedom of speech. You're trying to stop everyone from speaking freely. What kind of government is this? You spoke freely yesterday, and today you don't want other people to speak freely? Shame on you guys. And you will pay for it, and the people will give it to you. Woto, is here coming. Thank you, Mr. Jamie. I'm going to definitely, send my contribution for the guys on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sarah Dopo has been one of our staunchest supporters. Obviously, she's a panelist here, but she looks out for the young folks on the ground. And guys, can you put a flyer up, please, on my end, if you are there, or terminally, if you have access to the flyer, so we can read the different numbers. I know we got 4 kinds. We got Cash App, we got Zelle, we have I think we got SendWave, and then we have another form of payment. So you can make your contribution, no matter how small it is. We will send everything. And remember, we send 100% of whatever you send here. The only difference is going to be when we send the money to Liberia, whatever charges they do up front, whether it's $5, $2. But the Cash App is the $ capital TCA 2500. That's the closing argument, capital TCA 2500. For Zelle is 678-438-3003. For SendWave is 0888-297311 or 0777-649-986. Please send us your contribution. Let put some smile on the faces of the young folks. Like I say, when we say the roads are bad, when the government say the road is paved to River G, we send our reporters there to go and verify on our road. These kids get on bikes. when we want to get information from Lofa County, Vanchiman, they get on the bike and go. Lofa, wherever we want them to go, they go. July 26th, let's put some smile on their faces. Send them small thing. You send the money, we will send it to them. The only thing that is going to come off the top, there's no administrative cost. We're not paying staff here. It's going directly to them. The only difference is going to be whatever sandwich charges or whatever they charge at that end. All your contribution goes to our young folks on the ground. They are doing a great job. Every time you turn to Facebook or wherever, you will find the closing argument bringing you breaking news 24/7. Somebody is responsible for that. And those young men need to be cared for. So please do us a favor, do the best you can, and send some for those boys and girls. I think we got one or two female reporters there too. They also need something. So let's do that. But Chief, let's go to when the power was talking about, there's no way that a cartel of this magnitude can operate in the nation without the protection of the higher ups. She said intelligence are involved, security apparatus involved, the judiciary is involved, the legislature is involved. But she didn't have to say that because the President Bouakai, own deputy chief of LDEA, said it. And here, this woman is saying it.
Yeah, one of the former LDA officials, he called me the other day. He was telling me, he said, look, he said the reason why some of us now where we are right now is because we are fighting an entrenched cartel. These guys they are operating in Liberia and also Liberia. It's not only Liberia though. They have transnational stuff going on, right? And as a result, to break it will be hard, And for instance, if this government is serious about fighting this, they will get the right people to run the drug agency. They will get the right people, and there are people who are willing to go and dismantle it. But again, people will block them. Okay, this same person told me say they wanted to send them to the LDA, but the very people who are blocking them. They blocked them, and that's how come you know. They said the urging was approved, but then to the surprise, the president changed their mind again. So, and that's how you know that the president is not in control of everything. Because if you make a decision, like for instance, you remember when Obama told you that when you were about to strike bin Laden, he called a national security team together, went around the room. He wanted everybody to give their view whether they should go for it or not. I think only one person. I think it was one or two person who said that they should go. Everybody in the room, including former President Biden, all of them, rather than told them say no, it's too risky. Don't make that move. I think it was either Leon Panetta and somebody else. So he said we should go for it. When Obama told us, okay, I hear what you say. I'll get back. I'll make my decision tomorrow. You guys can leave. When I made a decision, I came back and told General McCarvin, and told him, so you'll go for it. So the same thing happening. This president he's not making a decision alone. I mean, he's being surrounded by people who were giving different stuff. As a result, in this city, but it's a given until we can be embarrassed, until this country can be embarrassed, where one of our officials is caught in international airport, handcuffed. Maybe that time we'll get serious. Somebody will be caught. So maybe not in Liberia, they will catch somebody in one of these at the airports or put an entry, and they will arrest that person, handcuff them, and it'll be on international wires. Liberia will be in the news. Then the reason we'll get serious. But right now, I don't think they're taking it serious. And then our leaders too in the country too, the opposition leaders, and so we want to talk, but we will not take no action. All these things happen. If you think the opposition leader was saying, look, if the government cannot come clear with this issue right now, we'll put people in the streets. We'll get in the streets and make sure that we demand that we get answers. People don't get serious, but I don't think that it'll be able. Right now, I just saw a press conference going on today where they're accusing somebody of distributing arms for tomorrow rally. Come on now. and is there an attempt to undermine the rally now and say the person distributing arms? Yeah. So tomorrow now they will have reason to say, well, and then they tell the people they can't pass even an executive mansion. What is that? What you that mansion is for the people, not for Joe Boyga and the guys. They can pass there. That's the mansion. I mean, they gotta go in the mansion, yeah, but they can pass even the mansion. I mean, if you know the executive mansion, the road is far from it. The way down there, you can drive the fence all there. So they don't say enter in the fence just to march from the mansion. Instead, they can march there. Come on now. I mean, what all that for? That the people's house there. But I mean, like I said, we'll take it serious until we get embarrassed before we take it serious. Right now, it's just gonna be that way for a long time.
Well, those of you from the Southeast, there was there's a pending breaking news, but we want to tease it a little bit. They said that we got information that the Southeast illegal mining activity currently ongoing in the Sapo National Forest. These activities are being fueled by personnel of the armed forces of Liberia. They demand payment of $5 million Liberian dollars from one person as an access pass to the park to mine gold using a machine called Kalakala, a gold machine that makes so much noise because it ground the rock and is literally driving wild animals away from their natural habitat in the forest. Seaton, you are from the Southeast. We've been saying this. I even asked Honorable Musa Ability about the Burkinabes and the foreign nationals coming to the country when he was chair on, I think, foreign affairs or national security, and he said it is true they had the number were like 65,000 or 160,000 folks that they know of that were in that area. That's a lot of people. And now we're finding out our own reporters are going to do their investigative reporting. And they are finding out that you don't even have to go too far. The sound of the machinery in the forest, grounding and digging, it is annoying and it's blatant in the open. What are the Southerners doing? What are the children of the Southeast? What is it that you guys are doing?
Well, thank you for highlighting this issue. The issue of artisanal mining in the Southeast has been ongoing for a long period of time. It did not start under this current administration. It did not start under President Weah. I believe it started during the administration of Ellen Sirleaf. And the government, despite numerous representations, the government has done nothing to address the situation. And because the government has done nothing to address the situation, the folks who are supposed to provide securities and make sure that the laws are followed in the country are now engaged in illegal mining. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the government practically maybe don't have control over that part of the country. And also you see a huge influx of Burkinabes in the country. They are mining. They are all over the place. And nothing is being done to address that. I mean, this just tells you that I don't know what are the priorities of the current administration. Is it their priority to enrich themselves at the detriment of the people? Or is it their priority to protect the interests of the people? I don't know which is which. I don't know.
But you are a son of that area.
Yes, I am a son. That's what I just said.
You belong to an organization, I think the Sino Country Association or the Clouds Association. What is it that you guys are doing?
I think what has been done is to make representation to our representatives, and this issue has been, shared with the government, and the government is not doing anything to address it. And that's the sad reality. And now you see the folks, the military people that were there to make sure that people don't engage in illegal mining are now also engaging in what? Illegal mining. So it has compounded the situation. Until the government is serious to address this situation, this is going to stay like that. And sadly, unfortunately, that's the reality.
Wow.
And the best we can do is to just make representation and tell the government, say, look, this is going on in our county. We want you to take action. And if the government is not taking action, well, maybe the next course of action is maybe to take the government to court. But then the question is, who control the courts? Who control the courts? It's the same government. And if you take the government, will you get redressed? You may likely not get redressed. And that's the sad reality of Liberia.
Let me go to Victor Namwe. Victor Namwe, when you listen to Honorable Seaton, it looks like he has thrown in the tower here. When we spoke to Musa Berete maybe a year or so ago, they were talking about Burkinabes and other folks doing artisanal mining, small-scale mining. But from what we are reading here now, it has gone to an industrial level. They are bringing machinery now. Some machines are so loud, they are rock crushers in the mine. This is not about small people doing it. This is now major stuff, and it's being supported by the Liberian Army, the Liberian National Police, the National Army, the Army itself.
Yeah. First of all, let me remind you that you went to Tomlin twice. You went to Seaton twice. And so for the past 1.5 hours, you totally forgot me. So just take note of that.
But that your CMC brother.
Thank God you didn't come to me twice.
That your CMC brother.
You are undoubtedly the best moderator since 1847. But look, at the point that Jackson is making, when we raised this question with some of our leaders from Maryland County, and he's very right. What we're hearing is that these people have backing from very higher ups in government, and so it's very difficult to do anything about them. I think you remember recently it was reported in the press where my friend T-Row, Romeo Queer, at a staged town hall to get the locals permission for a mining company to go operate, and the people were resisting. He took the people behind the house and started dishing out money. This was reported in the press. And so this is how these people deploy into the interior of our country. And Jackson is right. There's really nothing you can do about it because the people you are supposed to run to help you out are the very ones who are part of the operation. It's just that it happened in during the former President Weah administration. Fina Bondo, she's from Lofa, but she was all over in the Southeast, all in River G and Maryland, all those places she had. I'm sure she still have extensive mining interest, and there's nothing the people there could do. Who are you going to go to? So it is the same thing that's happening here. I think the only other option we have is to rise up, and the locals there, the problem is compounded by the fact that our people there, they themselves, they're facilitating the process and refusing, to take a stand. We try to encourage our local people. They go in there and they change the money into Liberian dollars. They go in the center of town and they put 500,000 Liberian dollars down. It sounds like a lot to most of our people. They don't understand these things. And so, it is a very difficult thing. But more importantly, I think our government is supposed to help us in this case, but they're letting us down. And this is just our experience from the Maryland County side, which I'm sure Jackson is also experiencing from Sino and other parts. I'm sure it's the same thing all around the country. Most of these people, Jerome, they don't just get up and go into the interior on their own. They get very, very strong coverage or backing, from people higher ups. I don't know how it is in Basel and Riverside, but this is what we find in the Southeast.
Honorable Pee-wee, you know, we are about to go into July 26th. We want to celebrate the nation, the sovereignty of the nation. But you look at what happened in Salomba, in Lofa County. We have this, guys. Can we all mute? Okay, you gotta be seated again. I mean, this guy, I don't know what they say. He teaches math. I don't know what kind of math, man. He don't listen. He can't calculate.
We gotta be seated.
You know, the guy let me. He liked my name, and I like that. You know, I almost show you that I like your bow tie.
I don't know.
He doesn't know how to control his wisdom.
I don't know if it is the microphone that's not using. It's true. It can absorb something from all.
All right. but Pee-wee.
Yeah, I'm using my Bluetooth.
Yeah,
in my ear. I think so.
Pee-wee, what happened here is we saw what's happening in Saloma. The people there, they have felt powerless, and they just put their hands up and say, you know what, the government cannot do anything. Basically, they just left it alone. They have given up on that. We see what's happening in Cape Mount with Bee Mountain. The people have felt powerless to what the folks are doing. The cluster area there, they just put their hand up and they say, let them have it. Then you go to the southeast now, okay? The folks that have given up on the government. So it brings me back to the history of the Republic of Liberia. When the settler came, the original contract of that country was signed for 40 miles radius. That is from the sea, 40 miles north into the. So the people pay only attention to that Monrovia and its environment. Anything outside of that area, they don't care. If you went to Monrovia and did anything like the guys are trying to do, protest tomorrow, and you see them protecting that 40-mile radius, nobody within that area should do anything. In the meantime, Lofa is burning, Cape Mount is burning, the whole southeast, nobody cares, as long as it's not within that 40-mile radius. So how is this a sovereign country? How?
You know, and that's been the debate for some time now about the way we operate as a government. Government, even if it is in one tiny village in the deeper part of the forest in Lofa or in Bogojile, if you will, or in Sastan, you should feel the authority of government. That's how government ran yesterday, back in the days. And that is correct. For government to be and government to show some level of insensitivity towards certain activities in certain areas, you just want to protect where the seat of government is. It is totally wrong. And we ought to pay some attention in terms of the governance. And this is part of the reason why the country is lacking behind, because there's no major policy issue being put in place to ensure that everyone is protected and every fabric of the society is inclusive of the governance system. Now, there should be no part of the Bitterwood of the Republic of Liberia that should be excluded from the governance issue, no matter what role or kind of responsibility given to that side of the country, if you will. But if the government is insensitive about the issue from the Solomon side or what it's affording in this part of the country, and you just want to sit, because there may be millions of dollars being leaked through that system. So, and that's why the government is protecting all the schools and ensure that the public bureaucracy is actually intact. Now, to do this, you need to see the president. The president will have to be very well in charge of the situation. But most of these guys are complacent, Mr. Gaiman, because they believe the seat of government, as he said, Monrovia, and all where they see unfold, if they can get some thousands of dollars, some millions in some cases, and they're okay, they are comfortable, and then tell the rest of the activity that is not ready. And this is some of the leakages. The leakages they need to repair or patch, and this is going to help profoundly in terms of increased government revenue base, because most of those areas that are being the government being laissez-faire on in terms of the scrupulous implementation of government policy and ensuring that the tax collectors will collect the requisite and genuine taxes for the Liberian government. If those things are left that way, other people take advantage of the situation. And that's the reason why you see the proliferation of folks involved in illicit money in the country, because government is insensitive. Government is not actually in charge of these things. If you want a part of BAPO, there's a lot of folks that are involved in illicit money. There are certain folks who have the Class B money and other recent time. I mean, the price of gold has just jumped up to the roof, right? So a lot of folks now are going to, and Liberia is endowed with a lot of very good quality gold and other very serious mineral beneath the earth. But how can we go about as government to ensure that these resources that we have will come to benefit the people? But listen, the politician in the country, and that's one of the reasons why we're going to have the wherewithal to push for 2035 to contest the Liberian presidency is serious. Because part of this is that if you were to structure the government bureaucracy and ensure the implementation, the scrupulous implementation of this policy, you're going to raise a lot of revenue for the country, the president of the country. And that's why the local government, I commend the government for passing the local government act. But are they really going to enforce and ensure that that act that was legislated will be enforced? Because the enforceability aspect is key also to ensuring that government and governance is impacting the life of the people. Because that was one of the means of saying, okay, it's about time that we decentralize the governance and the government system. And removing Mr. Taylor always said this. One of the things I love to hear from him. He said we will remove Monrovia out of Liberia. And part of that statement of the former president was that everything was just clustered up right there in Monrovia. Nothing done outside. The president said no. And that's the time he started the whole thing about doing, other presidents did it, but he started to expand it to do the July 26th celebration outside of Monrovia. Madam Salif also came, she was very successful in doing that. Even Lofa County today, our county, benefited tremendously from 2011. I can recall 2011 was celebrated in Lofa. People went about a lot of major process and projects she dedicated. So with the new local government act, we allow the government to allow those local government officials to perform their statutory responsibility outside of what Monrovia is saying. And those revenue collectors will also go back to the consolidated account so that the country will operate as one organ. With, a major organ standing with other one branch and the other petty, small organs there. And it showed that the country is moving on, and it showed that this is unfolding. If this were to happen, you don't need the president to be here to see the implementation of certain local laws of the country. If it is the town chief, it's the superintendent, it's the deputy superintendent, it's the inspector general of the county, and other county structures. And that's why we have the Ministry of Finance collector, the revenue agent will be deployed. There will be area in every county, at least you have a kind of central bank unit. It's part of the reason why the system being corrupted, if you will. If we don't have these things into place, like to say everyone will have to take them on this kind of a year, age, and time, you need to have a kind of a structure. Lofa County will have something that's be a local bank somewhere that the money will be deposited in a consolidated account, because the government consolidated account will be all over. Put the money is going to straight reflect into the council. Eventually, it's going to go back to the Central Bank of Liberia. But we're not doing that. And folks are being sensitive. And the only person that can ensure this happen is the person that took oath to protect the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. And that's why the Constitution says you will appoint all these people, but they will serve at your way and pleasure. So, things will look this way until we can see some serious-minded leader of that country. And if Nazkia is not thinking it this way, then unfortunately we have to live for the next 6 years to come and see, until probably when I'm in the race 2035, then I will change the trajectory of the history of the country.
Thank you. That's the third lane.
What I don't understand, why this whole thing about skipping 2029? I have to understand this new progressive concept.
The reason of skipping 2029, I've been talking to most of my partners.
Pee-wee is an opportunity for Nambe to do 2029.
Yeah.
Isn't that a good thing for you?
Anyway, no, I like my brothers in the field and my brothers and sisters. I just wonder, I think that their absence in the field, I don't know what it means. They will be absent in the field or they just not fielding candidate. But I know you want to pass it. Tomlin came on and he said something about Mr. Cummings being the only person who was spoken openly about the drug thing, and I know he forgot, but on the 16th of June. We congratulate the president for taking the lead on this matter. I didn't remember he elevated this to the national security level, and the CMC said, we should take politics out of this. This is a time for all of us to rally around the government and fight this thing. That was on the 16th. On the 18th, we also issued a statement calling on the government to be transparent on this matter. And the people deserve answer. They deserve better. Then the political leader followed that with an appearance with O'Neill Roberts, and also on BKTST. So the CMC has sounded the call on several occasions. You just quoted one of the executives of the CMC, Wade Powell, also expressing, dismay.
And he also promised to protest.
That's right. Promised to protest. So I'm sure Chief Tomlin forgot that. I just wanted to add that. But thank you.
But while you are at it, let's talk about the audacity to bring like pelletizing plant into the jungle of the southeast. Right. According to the reporter here, the machine is so big and it makes so much noise. Not only is it disturbing the people, but the animals. Okay. The natural habitat of the animals have been disturbed,
right?
And people are now doing that. I mean, to bring that size of equipment in the middle of the forest, it got to take some effort, and for you to say they're bringing that kind of equipment and nobody sees it.
Yeah, and you know when I came on here, I was telling you about my concerns with the EPA and their performance over time under Dr. Yapaulo. To a large extent, I think this falls, this is protection of the environment. You talked about, the natural habitat, being scuttled, and all of these things are areas of concern where permits are given. The Land Mines Ministry as well. Minister Pei was on area and said a lot of stuff about the hands that are involved in this thing. We were talking about how is it that these people are in these nook and crannies of our country that some of us have never even been. Then you should go back to what the European Union Commissioner said, for which he was declared persona non grata. All right. Putting the accusation directly on the laps of the vice president. These are the hands that are teleguiding these processes in our country. These people don't get up and just go in these areas for nothing, Jerome. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know. But yeah, it is unfortunate. Nobody seems to be supervising these people. No oversight, apparently. They just do what they feel is going to put money in their pockets. And when they leave, we suffer the long-term consequences. You and I remember the Norway camp. I think it was 85 or 83, That was as a consequence of bombing hills, bomb mining. What is it? What was the company? LOIC, right? NIOC, thank you very much. Those people mined that area, bombing hills, over and over, left those big, craters and holes and booby traps and left. They got those out. Fed the TWP government, they got fat on those things, and those people left. Our people that night, I still remember. It was some of those time. A national emergency, people got buried under the mud.
Norway camp.
Yeah. But this is what these people leave behind them. So the consequences of what they do, they live with us long after they leave. And that is why it is necessary to take the necessary precautionary measures, to protect our people. And then you also make sure the people themselves, they benefit from the resources from their land, because these resources, most of them are finite. They're not renewable. When they take them out, they're gone forever. They're not coming back again.
There goes Sita in the left corner. Down goes Sita. According to Howard Cosell. There goes Sita.
But Jerome, back to you. But again, this is all about leadership. The leaders of our country, they set a tune, and the rest of the government will follow. We started out here with Kuda Kunda, and I don't want to be, bloviating and just yapping, but you gotta set a tune. Asset recovery. You know how long we cried for the president to set an example with asset declaration? He did not. He waited the longest, and then when he did, it felt like if there was a third, failed miserably. So you didn't set the tune for your government to declare what they're coming with, what obligations they're coming with in government. Naturally, now when some of them are leaving with the fattest bank accounts, what is the index of measure? What are you going to compare those against? You came into the government, we don't know what you came with. Maybe you came with $20 million in the bank, or you came with $20 million in loans, and now you're leaving, you're $100 million richer. How can we audit you? These are the concerns we had. We call on the president over and over and over and over and over and over. The law says you should do this even before you leave, and then while you're in office, periodically, your people should, and you should audit their assets and liabilities. But it's not happening.
Yeah, but Honorable Nangwe, let me hold you there before I go to Pee-wee. Those of you who your parents sent you to school to be a savior, to come back, okay, and take them over the hill that they never climbed. You guys are sitting here in your comfort zone. You are not uprising. You are not fighting. You are not putting in a fight. You just put your hands up and you blow the air, according to let me borrow your word here. This is not the crowd people that stood in front of the frontier force and say, over our dead body, you will have to kill us. This is not the crowd people that we know. You guys, maybe you didn't grow up on the paper, but you guys are the impotent.
No, we're not. We're not doing much today. I agree with you, and I have said that too. I think there is a lot that we could do, and it's one of the reasons why I'm making my pitch with the CMC. I think there is leadership here that is also lacking in the opposition community. The removal of the speaker, we said it here over and over. There were things we thought our people could do. Sit-ins, occupy. There was a lot they could do to register their disapproval of the process. They didn't do that. During the budget hearing, our people can also go in and demand transparency in the passage of the budget. So there is a lot that needs to be done. But I agree with you. Even my CMC I'm with. I think a protest action is long overdue. I think this government needs to hear from its people. And so I was happy when the CMC indicated that we might take to the town square, on this drug issue. I think this kind of civil disobedient actions are very, very, they're overdue, and I hope our opposition brothers and sisters will join in. I worry a little bit with the way the stand people are organizing. I don't know. I haven't gotten any indication that the CMC was invited to this program. I think they need to broaden the umbrella, and let's not worry about who takes the credit, who doesn't. I think what we should be looking for is impact. Effective organization. You want to make sure your stand that you're taking or your protest is impactful. The last protest that was organized by a stand, they gave the government a certain number of demands that they made on the government. Whatever happened to those, and now they're getting ready to get back in the streets again. I think it poses very, very serious organizational, challenge to their capacity to make demand of the government. I think if you're going to make a demand, you should be able to follow it up with action. So all of these things should be thought of. I think they should be well carefully coordinated, choreographed before you go out in the streets. But yeah, I agree with you. All of us, I'm not going to take myself out of it. I think civil disobedience is overdue. I think this government needs to hear from its people.
Honorable Pee-wee, because of the protest culture and the veracity of the culture on the CDC government, you think our people are so exhausted that they just don't have the urge or the urgency? Because I mean, we are talking about 6 years of the Weah government basically protest every day for 6 years. I think most people are just exhausted.
Not that they are, but the Weah government, I don't think that's the key. The Weah government gave opened the system. If I got your question right, they opened up for people to express their grievances, if you will. So there were more opportunities from the Weah government. You at one point in time, the police even engaged the protesters, even sharing food and water with them. But I think this government is not willing to exercise that. They too or paranoid whenever issues are coming out. Look at what they're attributing now to the police. If folks are linked to this are sharing arms, I don't know if that is the case. So the point is that the Constitution set the basis for people to protest, Mr. Given, and people should protest if their needs are not met by the government, because you can vouch to the people that you provide X, Y, Z to them. And the basic social services should be at least created to the people. The health care is lacking. Some of these social services, the private water and the rest of that is not available to the people. Electricity is not available to them. It's not. I mean, they're trying to see how they can move on that, but that is not across the country. That is within the major urban city, if you will. So there's a lot of things that is unfolding in the country that we ought to really do as an institution, as a country, rather, and more or less focus, allow the point for our people to exercise that. That right is not taken from the people. The right to protest, the right to express your grievances whenever, that is the only right. And that's why I saw one of the letter the Minister of Justice is responding and saying, okay, yes, we're giving this, but the amount of threats that will come from behind these things, I think, in other words, it's not really something that we can look at from the level of where we see the country is moving. But in your own term, if they are tired, I think they just, again, some folks will say, we'll just wait for election day to come. We just wait for election day to come, and I think most of those silence voters, that's what they're going to do. We'll just wait for election to come. The last administration, just in the first year of it, there was a massive protest, the June 7th protest.
From day one.
Yeah, that was 2018. Just less than 6 months.
Yeah.
In the governance of the republic, in the president superintending the activity of the country, he didn't go. And Emma thought personally it was unreasonable and reckless for them to even plan that.
Of course.
But you have selfish people, very egotistic and selfish, misguided element that were involved into the planning of the protest. All of the entire thing. And the intent of that protest, other opposition may have joined that protest in the need of rendering this government incompetent and unpopular. I'm sure at the time. But there were few, the major individuals or those that were behind saying they did it for some personal and selfish interest. That's personal self-aggrandizement. That's part of the reason why that protest went the way it went. Because it's unreasonable that someone just got elected today. And that's the reason why I think Mr. Weah administration also proved to be, and Mr. Taylor will say these things, I will not be a wicked leader, but I will not be a weak leader. And I will also say, and that's one of the reasons I will say, when I'm the president of the Republic of Liberia after 2035, I won't be a wicked leader, but I'll be a very, very, very much a leader that will stick to the law and have it implemented. But if you want to be a weak leader, nobody will protest in the need, massive protest in the need of 6 months. What do you want to prove? We're not taking the space. to disrupt the movement of other people, where the economy is on your. Nobody will do that. But if you are so weak sometimes, and they take advantage of that, the nonsense you guys are called June 7 protest was all nonsense. 6 months in the governor of the country, then you want to come and protest? And then look what unfolding now. You see a bunch of individuals now supported this. Some of them part of the whole thing. We're going for 3 years. I mean, it's okay, man.
But Mr. Gayman.
Yes.
You already welcome, Robert?
No, yeah. Let me welcome Mr. Gagwa. Welcome. Thank you for coming late to class, but come on. Anyway, you're here.
It's good to hear my brother and the CEO of the closing argument and show that I'm welcome. So that's very welcoming. That's very welcoming. It's also welcoming to hear that the Neo Progressive has his eye on the presidency after 30-35. So that's also welcoming.
That's right.
But it's great to be on. It's great to see all of you guys. Thanks for the welcome. Thank you.
Good. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Nango was saying something, and somebody texted me and said that he brought up, he went down memory lane, but the Camp No.
Right.
And the person is saying that they are in Kidman. If we're not careful to again, we may experience another disaster. Say because of money, these countries, these guys are they are doing the same old thing, not following environmental stuff, ordinances or whatever the case, and they are piling up. They say if you look at when the vice president went to that area the other day, you saw the height.
Yeah.
They're looking down, they're digging gold, right?
Yeah.
If we're not careful, what Nango just said may occur again. And I remember that it was 1982, I think, and 1982 they Camp No. Yes, disaster. People got up in mud. Some people left there. Man, that was Liberia.
Yeah, No Camp in Mana River.
Yes,
it was a disaster. The mudslide that happened, and at the time the military government was in power, and I think we got some support from our neighboring countries and so forth. But it was a very serious thing that happened. Many we lost, hundreds of people died from that disaster. So just that he brought it on, and people are now he just enlightening people's mind about it, and they are saying that was going to occur again if we're not careful. But on the issue about this protest, right? Look, and I think the people said the June 7 protest was successful because you have other opposition leaders involved. You saw Joe Boyka, Alexander Cummings, Ure, and all the people were involved in that June 7 protest. They were there. And since this government came to power, no opposition leader have been involved in the protests. So that's why maybe they take it for a joke, because I believe, and when they were during the time of the Speaker saga, they wanted to come together, but then I don't know what happened. They just stopped. Some people say it's too early. But this government is how many years old now? They're going in 2026.
Yeah, they're going to be 3 years in a few months.
And things are happening, especially issue. I think the issue with the drug issue. If they come together, if they're serious and say, look, we'll give the government, if we cannot see anything tangible, can I hear nothing about this thing? We are gonna come in the streets to demand that things happen. You dismiss some of those in charge of this whole drug issue or so forth. You dismiss them, but so opposition leaders, you guys have the charge. To lead your partisan, to tell them if you're serious. I think the time for talking is over. You should call and say, look, be serious. And let me see whether they will take water hose and tear gas and put it in the opposition leaders and the guy and the leader and the party's eyes. I think they will do it. They will call, I bet you they will call for dialogue. But tomorrow protest again. Malu, I hear he mobilized again, but again, I just saw Gregory Coleman making comment that they're giving a restriction. Certain places they will not be allowed to pass. And again, as soon as the police will be back tonight, I hear that tonight already, they already position themselves in different parts of the city. They're taking position there. So in the morning, the people get together from bed tomorrow, people see the people, they get afraid. Because the people be all in battle gear, all that stuff will be on them, brandishing their arms and so forth. And people get afraid. So, and something, it's not funny, but something I saw today, I was laughing because the CDC kid, the guy for the CDC COP. I think the MD for the port sued him or what was the case.
Yeah.
He went to a local station and he had an interview and they can arrest him. And I saw him crying, you know. I said, because look, this politics thing, when you're into this thing, gotta be brave. I mean, they're trying to handcuff him, but then he was resisting the handcuff. So he was crying and crying. He said, the kid, you know, that way. I said, I said, the kid, when I hear him ranting and talking, I mean, I don't know if you come to the point of just, they're just trying to handcuff him, crying at they already. So, you know, back in the day, right, we saw great men that the senior comrade, G. Bargos Matthew there. These people challenged, and the time they challenged the military junta. There was no democracy, but the military junta. They were too brave to look at to tell Doe to go after Doe, criticize Doe. I mean, when you see they were in power.
Or Talbot, the Talbot administration.
Talbot was much lenient. Let me be frank. Talbot was much lenient. Talbot, in fact, he engaged in dialogue.
So what happened in 1979 riot? Was he lenient?
Of course. But let me be frank now. Talbot was engaging, Talbot and Chelsea were engaging Bargos and the guys. They were engaging them. You saw a lot of I think Mr. Nabe knows, there were a lot of exchanges of messages, communication between back and forth. Talbot went to talk to them, you know, so at least, but again, that rest riot, you know, it was not like, I think Bargos decided to put it to cancel the rest riot, but it was late because it was late. He wanted to stop it, but then it was late. The message already gone, already prepared the riot, so that kind of went out of hand. But at least all were engaging, but Doe was like, Doe had force, but the guys were brave to challenge Doe, this guy.
Move or be move, eh?
They put a better yana. He jailed them. But this government right now, you see, because they're not panicking because they know that it's not a serious march, not a serious protest. But yeah, they say, you remember, let me end on this. Really, to June 7 protest, when they had that joint press conference there, where the weird government called the guys on the dialogue and with the ECOWAS people, to show you that it was serious now, ECOWAS will get involved, or UN will get involved. And the guys in Maintain said, no, we're not going to compromise. We are going to protest. We are not going to stop. And so as a result, they went in the street and they shut down the country. The country was shut down for almost the entire day. And I was even informed that had the protest continued and the government would have lost legitimacy, they would have asked them to either step down, because if you cannot quell the protest, the people continue in the second day, you lost the legitimacy, then what else? So, but luckily for them, the protest leaders there, what happened? They saw calm and left the street. But again, with this one happening, I didn't say this governmental party, I think there's the 7 protests now, but none have any results. So that's why the government is not afraid. That's why they are not battered. The police, that kind of thing, the tear gas, the water truck, when they use it, people just disperse, you know, and so forth. So that's what happening. But we know what happened tomorrow again. Tomorrow again, I believe it just after but before 12 o'clock, it will be over.
Well, because
if I may quickly, if
I gotta go to Robert. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was trying to quickly agree with Tomlin. I saw the Foote massacre video. I was shocked. You know, talk about community organizing. You know, those are sort of strategy. First of all, he shouldn't be in the street by himself, or if he's going to the radio station.
Exactly.
He should let people know what is happening. Remember last year, I think we had a pimping guy at the station, and the people began to circle around. I think Tomlin, you got in. We were
on the air.
Exactly. You have to do your little background. All of that is organizing. You're not a high profile figure. You're gonna give a high profile interview. You should have a backup plan. I was surprised. Usually, the people around you, they will alert the public. They will make noise or whatever it is, and the crowd will gather. Eventually, you get away. But I was shocked that, you know, they walked with him for almost 10 minutes. Nobody tried to intervene, you know, to stop him. But yeah, quickly back to you. You know, move or be removed. I think, well, you know, Grady Allison, he himself, he got. You remember?
Yep. Robert, welcome to the show. We are talking about a myriad of issues in Liberia, from the drug issue to environmental
This
degradation.
reminded us that when this guy was in the studio, the IG said was navigational error. Remember?
Yeah. Then we sent the police there by error. They were actually going on the west side. But, Do you have GPS in Liberia? He said no, but it was an error. Robert, welcome to the show. We have talked about all of these issues. I don't know whether you tune in from whether you listen to anything, so we don't rehash the whole thing. But yes, if you did listen, it's your time to opine. If you want to start with sports, let's start with the.
I want you to start with the Lone Star team, Minnesota. I want to hear what you got to say.
That's what we're coming for now. So how's your hotel booking? I don't room for the Lone Star.
Listen, we didn't get no booking. I'm not in Minnesota, so I'm not sure how many bookings the Marriotts or the Hyatt got. But listen, we read the statement from the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and I maintain that again. I don't think that the Ministry of Youth and Sports or the LFA, and I'm sure that they're listening, will release the list of members of the delegation that were actually affected. But based on our sources, most of the folks affected were officials. There were 10 interviews that were done. 6 of the 10 were affected. Now, to put this in context, people have to understand. If you look at the record of the last international friendly match, or the one before the last one, which was held abroad, the Lone Star used 90% of its overseas-based players. They only took, I think there were 2 local goalkeepers, Ashley, what's his name? I think it's Ashley Williams, and the kid from Big Mountain, I believe. I'm not sure what his name is. So there were 2 local goalkeepers, and I believe 1 local defender, and I think so. We're maximum about 4 local players that participated. The bulk of the other guys came from Europe and Africa, and they didn't have 15 to 16 officials attending these matches. So when it came to the match in Minnesota, the team and the coach, given the fact that this is preseason for a lot of the professional players, some of our top players, Samson Doe, he's currently on preseason. Oscar Dolet, who had already volunteered to participate in this tournament because he had already spoken to his team to allow him the 26th weekend. He was in Minnesota recently and met with the organizing committee. There are over 5 senior national team players that currently plays in the USL, including the USL top goal scorer, who is a senior national team player, Peter Wilson. We also have Jimin Fokolu, who is a senior national team winger. We have the young kid who plays for Minnesota United, who was recently in Monrovia for the last international match. And then there are also 8, Mr. Nambwe, 8 young lads. They're either 18 years old or 22 years old that plays in the U.S. So the idea was to recruit these young players so that they can participate and give the coach an opportunity to assess them pending the September qualifiers that start in September. So anyone who tells you that because the U.S. Embassy denied, right, a few members of the delegation visa because they could not sufficiently justify traveling with the national team, and somehow means that, hey, we couldn't play the friendly, I think that would be misleading. I maintain that this team was not affected. The Lone Star was not affected. If the Lone Star was affected, then let the LFA and Ministry of Youth and Sports release the list of folks that were affected. We have this Mamadou Ba. He plays in Egypt, but he's a United States citizen. We have all of these players. Oscar Dola, he has a 2 years a multiple entrant visa to the U.S. He was just in Minnesota. So most of the players have no problem getting U.S. visa. We were already concerned that local players might not be able to prove financially enough to say, hey, you know what? Even though I play for this team, if you give me the opportunity, I will return. It happens. The people have record of us disappearing when we come to the U.S. But was this enough reason to cancel the tournament? Because they are saying majority of the Lone Star delegation did not get issue a visa. I think it's misleading. It's misleading.
So why you think they canceled the show?
I think it's about money. It's about money. The government were talking the other day about when was the government when were they going to release the funds? They were saying they were going to release the funds by next week. The LFA had not received funding yet. If you have an international friendly of this magnitude, you need to set up accommodation. So if it's 2 weeks before the tournament and the government has not provided the funding, Minnesota United was not paying for accommodation. Minnesota United was not paying for transportation. No, they provided the stadium, right? And I think there was, and I stand corrected, I think there was some arrangement to split the revenue from the match. But to have six of 10 denied visa, and for that to transcend to the whole Lone Star being affected, I think that's misleading. I think it was a great opportunity for the government to say, you know what, we will inject what we injected based in the contract, and we'll just cancel this match. There were others who suggested that the match should not have been played in another country since it was Liberia's independent. It should have been played in Monrovia. Well, they should have organized it better. But I maintain that the Lone Star playing squad, including the coaches, had no issues getting U.S. visa. Most of these players can get U.S. visa. And we have young players in this country that already reside in this country. Most of the players are already U.S. citizens. And to cancel the match because of visa issue, I thought was misleading. It's an opportunity for the government not to spend money. But I will stop here for right now. Let the other guys come in, then I will chime in on the protest.
Okay, let me go to Timothy George. Let me go to Sita. Sita, you are not spoken. You know, our friend and brother Winfred Russell have been saying that he was in charge of this. He was planning it. He went to Liberia. He organized it. Don't you think Winfred Russell should have had a plan B to say, okay, the government of Liberia does not fund us. We got plan B to fund the event in the place now. He's running for office in Minnesota, and everything was contingent on the success of this. And here we go again.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you should have had a plan B. Looking at the history of Liberia when it comes to funding the Lone Star, if you recall, many times when former President Weah was in his prime, when he was playing for the Lone Star with some of our golden boys back then, many of the time they struggle to get funding from the Liberian government when it comes to international matches. So looking at the fact that the Lone Star was coming here and most of the players, according to Robert, are already foreign based players and only a few were coming from Liberia, I think they should have had a plan B. I don't know whether this was coordinated with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. If it was coordinated with the Ministry of Youth and Sport, then it is unfortunate that they couldn't get funding for this program. But I think, and this thing was in the air since last year, they should have done a lot of fundraiser. You understand? Because remember now, Lone Star, when Lone Star is playing, that's the time the entire Republic of Liberia come together. And the fact that Lone Star is coming to the United States, I think what the folks in Minnesota should have done is to lobby with some of these key states and say, look, Lone Star is coming to play. We need your support. Rather than Liberians in the different states for funding so that when that time comes, everybody goes to Minnesota. If you recall back in the days, before everybody started celebrating 20 states in different parts of the United States, every 20 states we went to Trenton. The amount of people that travel from as far as Atlanta, California, they go to Trenton for that Barrow and IE game. They could have used it as an opportunity to rekindle that spirit, but that was not done. And with respect to the visa, why is it that the team is coming to play? Then you have 10 officials coming with the team. What are they coming for? 10 officials. For what? The team does not need 10 officials. Maybe the team needs maybe the maximum 5. The coach, the technical director, and other 1 or 2 folks. You don't need all the people to come. So maybe that's one of the reasons why the U.S. Embassy looked at and said, look, you know what? We're not going to give all of your visa because you can't justify the reason why you're going to the United States. So that's why they were denied visa. And I think why it is true that Robert said that the LFA or the Ministry of Youth and Sports supposed to release the list of those that were denied. I think by now, the Ministry of Youth and Sports or the Liberia Football Association supposed to have not come up with a press release to tell us what transpired at the embassy. What are they hiding? There are a lot of speculations that the entire team was denied. Robert is saying the entire team was not denied. Only the officials were denied. What is stopping the Ministry of Youth and Sports and the Liberia Football Association for issuing a press release cataloging exactly what transpired at the embassy? Why are these people hiding? I mean, I don't understand. In the midst of actual information, you know what you get? You get speculations, you get misinformation. And that's what is obtaining right now. But I think there was a missed opportunity. The folks that organize this in Minnesota, they should lobby with other states to see that this program goes on. And if those 6 of the 10 officials were denied, the game will have still been played.
Let me go to Honorable Pee-wee. The Minister of Sports, let's see, Liberian people, there's something else. The people are Taba people. We talk about tricky people, sneaky. She is now using the visa denial as an act of God. So she canceled that, she invoked that clause in the contract as though it's a natural disaster act of God. So she canceled the contract, and the government should not be held responsible because it was not the fault of anybody. It just so happened that the United States government decided to deny visa to the team. Hence, it's a natural disaster. It's an act of God.
That is not the case, and
I say what she planned. That's
yeah. Basically, but
this is somebody who wanted to get out. They don't want to pay the money or don't have the money, and you got a perfect excuse to not come up with the money, and now you're saying God intervene.
Yeah, on Tuesday, I spoke to 2 of the deputy ministers, and the unfortunate thing is that I'm probably never come from. And I said this to him. I said, I'm hearing, Mr. Minister, that then they also canceled this due to lack of funding coming from the government. He said, no. Hopefully we'll get funding today. He said, latest by Friday, we'll get the money out of it. And that aspect, the information that I got, I knew very well within the final administration that they were not going to raise the money. It's one. But it was not the entire team, if you will. And here's why. It was 5 persons that actually went to the U.S. Embassy for visa. 5 persons that denied a visa from the local side. We had 3 of our national team. I don't just want to call the name, but 3 of our national team players that outside of Liberia went for vacation in the country. They were denied also, and the 2 goalkeepers. So I know people know that the 2 goalkeepers were also denied a visa. Now the team was really hoping for those guys that are already here in the U.S. and those that will come from some other places that got visa already have been coming to America to play the game on behalf of the national team. Unfortunately, I think the whole thing was about not improper planning. And again, if you're doing these things and where you don't have resources, it's a serious problem. And I would hope, and someone was just jokingly saying to me, I hope, is it been Russell too, where he...
Okay. Someone called me and told me.
Sylvester, don't say that, man. Don't say that.
But listen to this. Someone called me and told me. They said because of Jerome Gamer, Russell left closing argument. Is that beat over him too much because of we are?
That's it.
Go ahead.
He can't win.
No, there's a difference. Sylvester, don't say that.
I didn't know. I said no. It's just kind of unfortunate, right? So, I know someone sent me a link. I was trying to get, and then I said, oh, but they know in the ticket price. I look at the ticket prices 40, 50, 60. I said, but I could if my beginning run, I can guess gonna 20 ticket to go into other game. But the unfortunate, the most serious aspect here, I know it sounds a little comical, but the most serious thing here is that it's improper planning on a serious note. If you engage the Minnesota United, it's a major football club here in this country. And if you engage, and these are people that are really playing on issue about football activities, and that's why FIFA is the richest organization on ice because of proper planning. Man. We saw the whole World Cup, the way FIFA structure and things like that. So if we don't do these things, planning is a problem. But I think the whole thing will boils down back to the government, that the government was not prepared to sponsor this thing. This whole no money syndrome always affected national teams of our country. It may be the volleyball national team. The only thing that they can try on small are the national team of football national team. And this is quite unfortunate. We ought to double up our effort as a country. That is a nation. This kind of a thing where you have a new coach, the coaches have to do something, provide the money. And I know we were about to start the different qualification coming up. Why are we going to do these things? Are we just going to hope and wait for game? We'll send the player, and there where Liberia have not been doing well. That's where the country has not been doing time to play. You call everybody to come beat them, everybody go back. No, we haven't been doing well, and the issue is getting difficult. Cape Verde is an icon now in football. The only team in this World Cup that drew a spin is Cape Verde. The only team in this World Cup that drew a spin is Cape Verde. Cape Spain beat all other teams they met. Maybe they will do it to Argentinians come Sunday. So the team, it says to you that the program they got in their country is good. You know, so, but it's just unfortunate again this will happen, and other people projected that the similar thing will have happened, but it's unfortunate, and we hope that we can move as a country to start working on a lot of things. This is just a simple thing to say. You can find 50, 60, something, 80 or 100,000 out of the national team to prepare to kind of meet this very important international engagement. This is an important international engagement that, I mean, who come and beat the boys on their own turf. And begin the process of the mobilization for the next round of qualifications coming up soon. It's just unfortunate, man. I don't want to say much, but the government didn't do well in terms of that. And those that were planning didn't also organize very strategically.
Mr. Gamer, before Mr. Nambo...
I'm coming to you. Let me just read this. Mandela Jebo is it? Pee-wee is it for Oleg Giroux his everyday lies because he's not... A Russell fan.
Let me just say this. It would be very interesting if I can get the names of those players. Did
they cover the roster?
Well, they won't. They
won't do it
because it's not misinformation.
But the names are known.
Yeah, but I want to know those names.
People should know them.
But there's two. Yeah, Ashley Williams and the young kid from Big Mountain. But here's the problem, and here's what we said behind closed doors. You don't necessarily need. Listen, the government is playing games, and they know exactly what they're doing, right? They said, let's take these two goalkeepers since they were on the last friendly. Let's take them for interview, knowing very well that the very government cannot stand financially. These people had a reason why they were traveling to the U.S., but they still need guarantees as to whether or not they will return. The national team has a record of disappearing not just players but officials. The last time the team took a trip to Germany, guess who disappeared? It wasn't a player that disappeared. It was an official that disappeared. And it made headlines in Africa. When we were talking about it, the very man who disappeared says, well, I beg you, I'm struggling in that country there. You're bringing me to Germany. All my family is struggling. You expect me to get on a plane and come back to Liberia? Today, he's a famous guy in somewhere. He left Germany and went somewhere else. So even if the U.S. Embassy were to deny 2 local goalkeepers, don't we have other international goalkeepers that could easily get visa? For instance, the young kid, Amos Wisse. Amos Wisse is a Dutch citizen. He was recently recruited on the Lone Star team, and he was part of the team that played the last 2 friendly matches in Morocco and the one between Sierra Leone and Liberia. He don't need U.S. visa to come to the United States. There are many other players. Why is it Oscar Dollar is not a U.S. citizen? Why was he able to get multiple entrant visa to the U.S.? You know why? Because he plays for a big club in Europe. They know he doesn't want to stay in America. So is the case of many other Lone Star players. If they can go to Paris and other countries, there will be no reason why they won't get visa to come to this country. Unless they're saying they invited Emmanuel Flomo, who is in Africa, or some players in Africa. But I would like to see the international players that were denied visa. Lastly, the chair on mobilization is currently in Liverpool. He's also the Unity Party chairman. He's in Liverpool. The deputy youth and sport minister, he was in the U.S. recently. The minister proper has no issue getting visa, right? There's another deputy minister who is a good friend of mine. He also has no issue getting visa coming from Liberia. The problem is they attempted to add names that wanted to travel, not those who have access to travel already. They wanted names that wanted to travel as an opportunity to come and see America, and they didn't have enough justification as to why these individuals should travel. But for this whole narrative to be that the Lone Star of Liberia were denied visa, I think it's completely misleading. No, the Lone Star were not denied visa. Few officials and players were denied visa. Was that enough reason why they could not take this trip or they could not play this match? Absolutely not. It wasn't. So let the government come clean and say, listen, we just did not have the resources. And if that's the case, we understand it's nothing new. We understand that. But don't put out misinformation and say, oh, the embassy denied our players and officials for which reason we can't honor the match when you have 90% of your players playing abroad and you got a whole squad right in these United States right now. There are currently 6 senior national team players that plays in the USL. They already live in America. What more you need?
And Pee Wee here too. Pee Wee is a striker. We go even use him. But ladies and gentlemen, we got 12 more minutes here before 9 p.m. But let me go over our Independence Day pledge or ask. We are asking you to help our young folks in Liberia who are doing everything they can to bring us the news every day. They travel around the country to bring us the news. As we are speaking, they are in the studio. It is 1 o'clock in the morning there. They are doing this because of you. We are asking you to please do a generous donation, any amount we do, so we can put some smile on the faces in Liberia for the July 26th event that is coming up. We got Mayan over there doing his thing. We got Sally. I think we got some young ladies there too. I don't see her anymore, but I think we got some young ladies on the team. Don't call me and say we don't have women on the team. Yes, we do have one young lady on the team. All of these people need some help. Even if it's $10 you have, send it out. We will send it out. And I want to let you know that 100% of what you send here is going directly to them, with the exception of what SendWave or Zelle will take out for fees, but nothing go to us, nothing go to the platform, nothing go to administration costs. everything goes to our folks. So we are please asking you to do a generous contribution. We usually do this thing twice, 26 and Christmas. We don't come to you every day. You know, when you turn your TV on 5 o'clock, we are here. We bring you the news. We do all we can. Most of the news we are bringing you are being fed to us by folks on the ground. Quality reporting. So through our cash app is the $ TCA 2500. That is TCA, which is the closing argument, 2500. If you are using Zelle, it's 678-438-3003. And if you want to do SendWave, it's 0888-297-311 or Orange 0777-649-986. Please send in your contribution, whatever it is. We will send it to the guys on the ground. Hopefully by the end of the week, Mr. Victor Namwe, Robert Gagua, Sylvester Peewee, Honorable Timberland George, and myself will send ours. Like the scripture said, to whom much is given, much is required. Guys, we got to do a little more, got to dig a little deeper. Whatever you send will be appreciated. Let's do something for the guys. We want to also thank our sisters from Cathedral that were here yesterday. Did an excellent job in renovating Cathedral High School in Monrovia. They're doing a lot of work. They will be meeting in Providence, Rhode Island. Timberland George, you were the mayor of Providence. Send a good word out for our sisters from Cathedral, man. Let the people go out there and support them. They're renovating the entire school building. That's honorable.
I want to give hats off to the president of the Alumni Association, Dr. Hawad
Masale.
Yeah, Hawad. She's been doing a great job. I think she has made about 2-3 visits to the library already. She's her administration, I think her second term. She's doing a very great job, and I really want to hear her for that. And I pray that, I know she's a go-getter. I'm sure she will achieve her goal. So I look forward to Cathedral. Whenever they have their convention, they come very strong. A lot of cats when the cats kingdom around here, so they always make good money when it comes to that event. So I'm sure that they will do their best. But Mr. Gaiman, quickly, right, on the issue about this Lone Star, I had a talk with the Minister of Youth and Sports. She will be in Minnesota for the 26th. It's a good thing, but so hopefully she'll be doing a town hall event.
But she was coming as part of the delegation, though.
Well, I don't know, but I know
it was not an isolated trip.
She's somewhere right now. She will be, according to she said, she'll be in Minnesota, Indiana, I think, for events. So that she's already going for. So I hope they can engage her there. But
what also happened to the 4 folks who were granted visa? They still have the visa.
But the whole visa issue. We sent a team to investigate. Hopefully by Friday. We should have tomorrow or so. We should have an update about this. Who are denied? I'm sure we'll have a call. We'll call the names of those who are denied. We'll get the whole stuff. So we got somebody on our case already. So by tomorrow we'll have the details of everybody who was denied, what happened. But I still believe that organizers they pull plenty. And I'm sorry for my friend Russell. He did his best. He worked hard. He ready to work hard for this to get this thing going. And now they're trying to switch it out to talk about the man. It's not fair to him. It's not fair. I mean, he is going to bring this team together, bring the diaspora together. I just
who trying to switch it? But are you talking about
So but I mean, I know one day, and maybe there's a
the point more explanation.
In November, I'm sure you'll win. I think it will be a win. But lastly, before we go, look, today 2 things happened and 3 things, right? The first thing, the issue about the CSA boss. While it is true that he should have been at a program of NIMO, but I think they want the guys are too harsh on him. They want to fire this guy, and because he went to that look, the president. But I can tell you this though, I believe he still enjoys the president's confidence and the legislature, except they really put pressure on the president. It is Senate, the House put pressure on the president that look, we can't allow this to happen. But right now, not just hire Joker is in hot water because the Senate want him. Amma filed a complaint to the Senate, and they want him to be removed or suspended or some reprimanded.
That's native overreach, man.
Yeah, I think that by the court for the man to be fired. I mean, and I told one of the people today, I said, "Oh, I mean, I want your best performing official. I mean, take it or leave it. Forget the politics." I think he has done a reform there too. But what I found out today is that look, they are infighting wrong. Some people, you be happy. I'm telling you true story today. They happy to say if I did good, then the man go. I said,
someone is saying he arrogant.
Yeah, is it mental? Is it one guy over there got Darlington? The man took the man from there. So all I think look, and that infighting they're doing is not good. Look, and it will affect them. The infighting, and they're celebrating the man's removal. And I think it's not fair to the brother. You know, I think you're doing a good job.
Come on, Tommy.
Yeah, but
I know you're doing a good job, but if this man set the boundary, he said this is the law, and he fires.
No, Mr. Gamer, it's wrong, but to go to that extent where you want to cause the man should be fired. I mean, the president suspend the man, okay? Because they want to fire the guy. And honestly,
but that's the rule he said. That is all.
He didn't write the code of conduct. I mean, how to call it that the code of conduct, sir?
Yeah.
He didn't write it, not him.
But he enforced the law. He worked for the executive.
I think for me, I mean, he can get punished, but to say to fire the man.
Yeah, but the other folks were fired. He fired.
So you will bring the other people back.
But
he dismissed them based on political interference. So
I heard Jenna that my friend said Joseph also attacking the foreign minister. I heard.
Yes.
So I mean, see that you're gonna hold Bruce, they're gonna bring.
But that's what we are talking about politics. For a thinker, critical thinker. Go ahead, Pee-wee.
He's not. I don't think he's attacking the foreign minister, but he's reminding the law
that the law should be even.
That the foreign minister came to your own Liberty Party program.
Yeah.
Dancing. It was seeing the same political. So if you were to move to get rid of Jokai,
okay,
same should be done to the foreign. I thought he was brilliantly correct on that.
But he
was on top of that because that was a political event, and the foreign minister was seeing that jubilating, doing things, dancing, shaking.
So I think they shouldn't just go that far. And lastly, they built as they don't sponsor. I think to give LPRC back the statutory authority to import petroleum products in the country now and distribute and do everything. I think the two bodies have concurred. I think so. That would be a good thing for LPRC to get back there. Instead of there being storekeeper, they can be able to import petroleum products and help distribute it to make more revenue. And I think Amos Twelve might be doing a good job. And for that kind of bill to go through, I think he's doing a good job. So I support that. I think that's something that's good for the country and so forth. And the issue about this 16 additional district, I think the Senate will kill that. I think that's just, I don't know why they want to get 16 extra district. I mean, the House of Representatives, they should forget that stuff. We get money to take care of the other ones who got. You want to add 16 more there? What's that? Because someone they come and lose their seat. So they created room to hold on. That's unacceptable, man. But guys, man. And go Argentina.
Question. Is the foreign minister a member of the Unity Party?
No.
She was her own presidential candidate.
Okay, so why would you want to restrict Unity Party? Anyway, that's the code of conduct. I retract.
But what he was referring to was Dillon was the one that made that motion, right? So he was reminding him that if you want to hold Joker responsible at your event that you sponsor, because you are Liberty Party, at your anniversary, the Secretary of State, the Foreign Minister was there dancing, so the rules should apply to her equally because you invited her, she accepted your invite, and you were dancing with her.
Yeah, because as official of government, you are not supposed to go to a political function.
So let me ask this question, right? These guys are aware of the code of conduct.
Yes.
They signed the code of conduct.
That's correct.
So as exemplary leaders, why are they knowingly and intentionally violating that very code of conduct?
Because of Liberia.
There should be no question whether or not those who violated the code of conduct should be held accountable. There should be no question whatsoever, whether it's Dillon, chairman, or the foreign minister, or whoever it is. you violate the code of conduct, you should be punished. You should be reprimanded, period. This is the reason why nothing gets done. We're not consistent in the country. No one respects any laws because we know something is not right. It's almost like driving in a 45 per hour per mile zone, and you're driving 90, and you say, well, you know what? I saw that the sign. I know the driving limit, but I'm just going to do my own thing.
But it has always done like that in Liberia. Take for example, you have member of the House of Representatives approving 16 additional representative seats without even making any reference to the national census that was conducted 3 years ago. What yardstick did they use to create new electoral districts?
Yeah, but again, quick to that. I don't want to. I will go into the first thing we was talking about first about what Raul was saying, and there's a simple reason why these guys are violating the code of conduct. Raul, it's simple. And from the WIA administration, it's not the first president, it's the second president, even Madam Salih, but then they have not structured the law well, so we can't hold responsible about that. But the WIA administration and this administration, almost everybody, and the reason is just simple. The supervising individual, who is, of course, is the president that superintends the activities of those appointed, have failed to punish them. Simple. The only person that should, and that's why they instructed that the ombudsman should be appointed. The ombudsman have finally been appointed, and the rest of that, there should be ways and means to go about reprimanding these people.
And the ombudsman will fire for corruption.
The ombudsman is there will fire for corruption, and moreover, and when these things are set in the way for the
Liberia,
and the president is not implementing. Where you will sit, the president knows very well that the code of conduct, you have his Secretary General of the United Party, Managing Director of FPLC, Chairman of the United Party, Board Chair,
exactly.
Superintendent of Montserrado County, Vice Chair for Mobilization. So a lot of them, you have more than 20, 25.
So basically what you're saying, Sylvester, these key political party leaders should not even be in official government position anyway, right?
No.
Because in order for them to participate politically, they will have to resign, or you punish them for participating in
period. That's it. Period. But the president will not do it because the president is not. So the whole thing is on weak presidency or president encouraging those kind of things to unfold in the country. Another thing Mr. Sito just said, these guys are not doing things in isolation. They are acting in line with the recent census. So if you said what instrument is new, that's the instrument is new.
What he said, they're 3 years late.
The period, it gave them the period. The last 15 years, when you went back to the law, it gave them the period. There's a window there, and that window is within the window they've operated. So they gave them the time to say, okay, we're going to add additional 16 seats. My problem is, when the last threshold was being worked on, the late Professor Kupi, as I said the last time on the show, was one of those that really put his brain to work to at least allow everybody to benefit, every county to benefit. My worry is I don't want certain county to be what the world would use to be politically marginalized, or you would not allow them to exercise their right. Because with those numbers, in terms of, because how do we derive the threshold? At the time, the threshold was a very difficult thing to reach the threshold. They ran the number, finally Kupi came to a number around 40,000, thereabout. It was 38 something, but around it up to that, to show that all of the county representation would be there to get some things done. And that's how you saw River G, Grand Cru, because these are the unrepresented counties, very low populations, if you will. So my concern now is all of this, the 16 you have currently, you went to the chat. Montserrado going to have 3, I think 3. No, Montserrado going to have, I think 4. 3. Nima going to have 3.
2.
Oh, no, sorry. Nima going to have 2. Bon going to have 2. Lufa going to have 2. Grand Bassa going to have 2.
No, Grand Bassa got 1.
Sorry, Grand Bassa going to have 1. Then the other county like Mangibi will have 1 or 2. Then go back to these counties I was worried about.
Don't leave out River G, 0.
Yes, that's my concern. River G going to have 0. Branco going to have 0. Bapo going to have 0. So this is the concern. This is a concern. So you cannot. I mean, it's a problem. But they will have to say, I don't know if the Senate will want to correct it and say, okay, hey, let's make sure we turn 1-1 to each of the candidates. How do you set the numbers for them? Because the threshold is going to be this way. I don't know who they bring that work on it for them, but we need someone that got some serious technical mathematics skills, like people like Professor Kupi at the time that worked on that, and it was very good. And when the decision came in, everybody went through it, they accepted it, and it was signed upon. That was worked on by Senator Taylor, Senator Clotu Watterson, and then, I mean, you have people that worked on it at the time. But with this, it's going to be some concern, and I'm deeply concerned about that.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, today the Miami Heat, we introduce the Greek Freak. The Greek Freak is in Miami today. We are celebrating. The Miami Heat has the Greek Freak. Finally, he has arrived. It was downtown Miami today, South Beach. We had a great welcoming celebration. The Greek Freak is an officially of Miami Heat. For those of you who are not into basketball, the Greek Freak was traded from
who's that?
What about the Commander Tambo, the guy from the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, Ojo?
Yes.
Oh, Giannis.
Today we had a big parade here. He is now officially the Miami Heat center. He will be playing with the rest of the guys, and it's a big deal here. So we are having a great time. We're looking forward to.
And tonight we're about to listen to lies about the 2020 election. We're about to listen to the
lies.
Listen. You want me to? What you want me to say? You want me to say? You guys, y'all want to lie? You want to lie on Trump?
Let me just say this:
L capital I capital E lie.
This will be my closing on the info from Robert on the code of conduct. On that note, I say I leave it with them. So that will be my info for tonight. Thank you all very much. It's been a good show.
What do you think Robert doing now? You trying to say to not
No. Robert is asking a legitimate question, the same question I was posing.
Mr. Gamer, they should have called it. Let me be frank. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, LFA, they all should have put their act together. The Ministry of State. No, there's no reason why LeBron should be denied. I mean, they don't even have to go to the embassy. Seriously.
What is it? They walk?
Right,
we catch you to the border, and we catch you to the border. We send you to.
But you saw the diaspora conference. Do you know how many government officials were in the United States?
Well, come here again.
So this goes back to my point. If you saw most of these guys, most of them already have permanent residency. Some of them do not. But what the government did was, and some of them actually came on their own. What the government did was they were able to sufficiently justify why these folks should be granted visa. And to Tomolin's point, how many of them actually went to the embassy? Not many of them went to the embassy. The passports were sent. Again, this is what pisses me off. This idea that the embassy denied the national team entrance into the U.S. sufficient enough to cancel this friendly match, I think it's misleading. It's completely misleading. We could have played this friendly match, Tomolin. The government just don't want to spend money. Let me tell you something. If Minnesota United had offered, like the Moroccan government has have done on multiple occasions, had they offered to pay for accommodation and transportation, I can guarantee you that regardless of who got denied, this tournament would have continued. Why didn't bring Lama Yonton? The minister proper is already here. The deputy minister is already here. Lama Yonton need visa to come to America. So you already have about 6 officials that could have come with the team. I think this is coming from you. I don't know who it's coming from.
It's time to go, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless.
But yeah, we'll talk, man.
Okay.
I'm muted and you still calling my name. Jesus Christ.
You just muted Jenna.
No, I'm muted. I just unmuted myself.
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nema County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party that President Bouatta. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouatta. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouatta, if all of them were taking the President Bouatta and behaving the President Bouatta, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately. Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bouatta's administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bouatta's administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouatta's administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water in Infinity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing we see. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouatta can lie. The government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouatta presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bouatta is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There Wune Alphas, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere, you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, big road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Fokke Klonjrade Bapugbe Tape Manewia, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.